Tag, yeah, that's what the palpitations at night.
West Virginia.
Because there's so many different things you could do.
In West Virginia?
Yes.
I also want to take a trip for like the history of it. I want to hit like museums.
You can go whitewater rafting. You can go hiking. You can do, the 12,000 miles of side-by-side trails for the Hatfield and McCoy trails.
Well, I could
Like,
easily drive there.
Yeah, dude, I've done that. I've done that trip a lot, going from North Carolina, which is similar, back to Arizona. It's a bitch.
That fool.
Through West Texas.
Yes, Texas just forever. It's desert, nothing.
That fool. The reason like we always call him like an animal, like because we don't get it, but he's driven for. I think he drove from San Diego to New York in one sitting
Yes,
without stopping.
what?
that's no good, bro. That's
And
bad.
I gotta ask him, but I think 32 or 30.
How can you do that at that age, bro? I don't even think I could have done that when I was younger. That's crazy. Dude, yeah. That's crystal meth, bro. I need that shit to last.
He is an absolute animal. That's why on like Fridays or
That's nuts.
on Wednesdays when he drives up at like midnight. Oh hell yeah, he drives up at like midnight.
Wait, how far is Vegas from here?
It's like six hours.
Holy
6
shit,
hours.
really?
Yeah.
Nevada's huge.
It's like 7.
Yeah, it's like 7 if you're doing the speed limit.
Is Nevada like a pretty big state? Like, yeah, shit.
Number 5 in the.
I guess I should know that. I was born and raised in Arizona. It's like we're neighbors. This.
Second biggest shields.
Yeah, we have the second biggest shields in America.
We do?
Fun fact. Yeah.
Biggest
I
what?
thought Shields was
Second
like
biggest
Yeah,
shields.
it's like a.
The hell is that?
Like a Bass Pro Shop.
Oh,
Kinda
okay.
store, like a outdoor.
Oh.
Shields.
Second biggest?
Oh wait, that's like
Yeah, I thought it was
Shields,
number
baby.
5.
they just made one in my hometown. Actually, I know what it is. They have like a
Oh,
Ferris wheel in the middle. Yeah, it's cool.
A Shields. It's like a. It's
Oh.
It's cool in there. It's cool in there.
Yeah.
Oh, you went there last night?
No, I have one in Chandler, where I'm from.
Sitting there for 4 hours.
Maybe I should. I've been to one in Colorado Springs too. Yeah, they're cool.
He just hits the shields.
Yeah, that's it.
On the Ferris wheel and doing meetings.
Why is there-
Yeah, Nevada is pretty big. Shit. 7 hours from Vegas.
Yeah, but see, that's the
There's
thing.
like 3 cities, so.
That's
It's
the
just a
thing.
boring drive, huh?
On the
Yeah.
way From Vegas to Reno.
Nothing.
There's nothing.
I mean, that's how Arizona is. You go from major city to major city. It's just highway. Yeah.
That's a Shields mall. Okay.
You want that pocket?
Yeah, and then.
Maybe 6.
I want-
I mean, I'm working on hacking your computer, but
uh,
I can take it to that. It's charging.
I wanna
So.
say-
Oh, okay. No,
I guess
no,
it feels
it was
like
working.
Yeah. Why? I don't know.
Cutting the whole thing.
No idea.
Oh yeah, and we're right on the border of California here too.
But it is
No,
pretty
I don't mind.
like to.
It's the sound of it.
Do a lot of people from California move here because it's
Fucking
cheaper?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
California's
Then
a
they fuck it
25
all
minute
up.
drive
Yeah.
from.
You could tell them to leave. It'd be awesome.
Well, same thing happened in Arizona, dude. My first girlfriend / wife, their family sold like $1 million home in like Anaheim, and came to Phoenix and got like a nice big fucking place for like
Way less.
300, maybe 200. Yeah, it's common where I'm from too.
That makes sense,
just
but
been-
like also don't come.
Yeah, it's like raising the fucking prices of everything.
Traffic
His
spot.
pet
Like,
peeve whenever we're driving back from the site, he's like, go home. He's like looking at people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
go home.
It's just because the first house I tried to buy this. Hey, man, I'm just in a rental. This guy came in and fucking bought it right out from under me with cash. Just like that.
Yeah, because they can sell their homes for so much. Because you guys own homes here? Does anyone actually own?
What's that?
Not here.
Or just own a home?
Yeah.
So I didn't know this, but like property tax, right, is based off the value of your home, not the price you bought it at. Some bullshit. So like, if your house gets better, my fucking mortgage raises every year because my house where I'm at, like the property tax they put on.
So you know,
How the fuck is that legal? That shit's fucked up.
as a veteran, you get a discount on that, right?
I thought, don't you have to be 100% though?
No,
No,
anything
okay.
above 50%.
Oh, well, is that per state or is that?
No, that's from what I understand, that's like nationwide.
I need to look into that.
Yeah, you need to do
But
some
for,
research.
like,
Yeah,
for
I know.
West Virginia, you can do that, and then you can also do like a homesteading. So the taxes on the farm.
Yeah.
We're not a big farm, we're just a homestead.
But you get some. Yeah.
I get a lot of discounts on this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like people that move from California, if they bought a house in the '90s that was like 300 grand,
Yeah.
and then 15 years later they're like that shit's worth 900 grand, they probably can't even afford their mortgage. They're just probably like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I don't know how it's legal, man. I don't. That's nuts. All right.
It really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we shouldn't be taxed, huh? The
all.
fuck, dude.
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
Everybody just stop paying taxes.
Hey, you can live in your car, but you can't drive a house.
That's funny.
The Reno monster.
Lake Tahoe's White Claws.
It's like the Tea Party, the Boston Tea Party, but you're just like monsters and white.
Walker Lake.
Fuck this tax. But yeah, I learned that this year because my mortgage went from like 1,400 to like 1,680. It's pretty cheap, I know. Like, and where I'm from is pretty cheap, but I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like,
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's a fixed rate or a variable rate. That's the only thing that can change.
yeah,
It's like, damn it.
yeah, and I can't even you can't even really refinance right now because
Because the rates are so freaking high.
yeah, so I'm just fucked. You know, I'm just fucked.
It's like trying to ride that storm out, and you're like, son of a bitch.
I'm just gonna go be a rentoid again, man. Fuck owning. All right.
Would make me feel really good, man.
All right, guys, ready? Yeah. So today we're gonna get through domain 2. We're gonna go at a pretty similar pace as yesterday. So once we're done with domain 2, we'll be done for the day. So starting off here, actually, let's just.
Is domain 2 fat?
No, it's not too bad. The big one is domain 4, actually.
Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah, it's just a lot of shit, but it's not like as deep, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys. We'll bring up the exam objectives. But the thing is with CompTIA is a lot of things start to repeat. So when I see something repeating, I won't go over it again, you know? So even if it's on domain 5, if we covered it, I'm not going to go over it a second time. Okay, so here is domain 2. Here's all the exam objectives we got to get through. So it is threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations. So there's only 5 subdomains, so it's not too bad. The only one that's long is this right here, you know. Nah, you're excited. Come on. It's good. Good to learn. Okay, so domain 2.1.1, compare and contrast common threat actors and motivations. I kind of talked about this yesterday when I talked about advanced persistent threat teams and hackers, but now we're going to go over the different labels and types of hackers that the CompTIA Security Plus exam describes. So let's go over these. So the first threat actor we're going to talk about is a nation state. So this is typically what funds what's called our advanced persistent threat teams, an APT team. That is like the official acronym in language when we describe these hacker teams, like in cybersecurity, like these government bulletins that come out, like the CISA or the certs that are US funded. That's what we call them, okay? And APT teams are typically backed by nation states, even if they're not formally out there like I am the Russian government, I am the Chinese government, they're funded and resourced by them. So the motivations, obviously political, military, economic, or strategic advantages. So there's so many examples I could bring up, like that oil pipeline I like to talk about. That was a Russian advanced persistent threat team that wasn't the Russian government. You know what I mean? The same way that the Wagner group, you guys know what that is? Those mercenaries from Russia are not technically the Russian government, but they're backed by them, they're funded by them. So the whole point is to disrupt other nations' capabilities. I put us on there because we do the same thing, right? America has red teams. We just saw that in Venezuela when they took out all their power. More than likely, that was an electrical sector attack, probably with some insider threat, right? Okay, and then an unskilled attacker, that is, we used to call them script kiddies. that is just somebody that downloads, let's say like Kali Linux, which is like it's a Linux system that comes with a lot of pre-built tools, and they just run pre-built scripts, okay? So that's an unskilled attacker. So they're not necessarily like give the title of hacker, but it could be like an insider threat that downloads like a MAC address, frame flooding attack, script, and they run that in your environment. And then a hacktivist, those are hackers that are doing it for social change or political agenda. Call that a hacktivist, social activism. And then insider threat. So sometimes this is malicious or it's non-malicious. So an insider threat could be somebody that, we know about this in the military a lot. Like this happened like twice last year. People, it was like a National Guardsman up in like Massachusetts, Maine, and then a 35 series at Fort Campbell that released secrets, posted secrets on their Discord, and they were getting paid by China. And one dude got caught, and you know what China gave him? Only 20 grand. And now the dude's in jail for life. It's crazy. But that is an insider threat. Y'all want to see him? Hold on. Fort Campbell Soldier Espionage. Oh, yeah.
Was he 101 or what?
Yeah, 101. Yeah.
Picture of you.
He finds out. Whoa, what's up with this guy?
Cream and evil.
Clicks off the video. Oh.
Not this, not this, not this.
Scrub.
Oh, he only got 7 years. Wow. Let's see.
On to the next slide.
I am not a robot.
Hopefully.
Bro, the fuck, yeah.
One of those things that you
Yeah.
He's on the run actively.
I want to get his photo. Yeah, there we go. This guy.
88.
Yeah, he seems like he'd do some shit like that.
looks
A
like
douchebag,
looks
huh?
like that one little kid all grown up from Malcolm in the Middle.
Dude, beta male, huh? But yeah, I know it's in here somewhere, but he only got paid like less than, oh, here we go. 42 grand.
Oh, nice.
That's it.
That's it for going to jail for espionage. Definitely not.
Salary for him.
Dude, I know, it's like,
He went
That's
to jail
his
there.
year's
or
salary. You're looking at
I don't know. I think here, he probably,
Done a lot worse.
if you get espionage, yeah, usually you get life in jail. So I'm surprised it says only 7 years when I look it up here.
So we can do
I don't know. But, does he get to keep the money? Yeah.
In jail.
Yeah, pretty crazy though. But it's a real thing, right? Insider threats are real. They can be malicious like that. But they don't always have to be. An insider threat could just be something non-malicious, like a user that doesn't understand what they're doing is wrong. So there's something called shadow IT that we're going to talk about where, you know, a user onboards, they sign an acceptable use policy, you tell them what they can and can't do on the systems, and they decide to take files home with them. And maybe it's not malicious, they just want to work from home, they want to take it off the network so it's easier for them. That could still technically be an insider threat. Doesn't mean it's malicious, doesn't mean they're hacking you on purpose or it's espionage. It could just be a user trying to do their job with unapproved or not approved IT systems. Okay, organized crime. These are groups engaging in illegal activities for profit using cyber. The motivation is financial gain. All right, shadow IT, like I just talked about, that is when someone brings unapproved or not approved IT, software, hardware systems into the environment to try to do their job. Again, it's not always malicious. It could just be like, hey, it's a big pain in the ass me having to use like Office 365. I want to upload my files to my Google Drive. Obviously, you can't do that. Typically, when you discover shadow IT in your environment, that's because users don't feel they have the necessary tools or available resources to accomplish their job. Okay, attributes of actors. So a threat actor, they can be internal or external. So which is probably more dangerous, do you guys think? Internal. And this really comes down to the skill, though. So like an insider threat has knowledge of your network, they could have elevated privileges, but if they're not like an advanced persistent threat, really all they can do is just what they look up online, right? If they're not a skilled attacker. Now, a disgruntled employee, that's like your senior system admin, that's a huge threat, right? So a lot of times you see those big tech companies, they do layoffs, no one knows, and then all of a sudden your accounts are fucking locked out, right? That's typically how they do it because of that reason. You know, if you're about to fire your senior software engineer, you know, they could probably fuck up your systems pretty good. And then external, obviously, is anyone, any team, any hacker that's not in your environment. Which is more common? It honestly depends on what you look up. a lot of times, like they say, when I say they, like these threat feeds, these government bulletins, that there's more attempts from external attacks, but there's more successful attacks from inside, right? Okay, resources and funding. So if a hacker is highly funded, they have a lot of resources, they have a lot of time, more than likely they're backed by a nation state, even if they don't come out and say it. So let me show you guys something. So there are these frameworks that we can look up that go over the different advanced persistent threat teams. So this one's like an open source one. It's called the MITRE ATT&CK framework. I think we might go over this. But let's say you're worried about a privilege escalation attack. So account manipulation here. You can look at all the times this has happened, and then you can see what group did it. So you see this right here, this sandworm team. That is an advanced persistent threat team that is not Russian, quote unquote. But they are, they're Russian backed. You do your forensics on any attack by them. Their TTPs are always the same, and they attack the electrical sector a lot. So yesterday when I talked about how did you know Russia was going to invade Ukraine, you just got to look at their cyber landscape, right? They have these APT teams that are dedicated to attacking utilities and electrical sectors and critical infrastructure. That's the word I'm looking for. But yeah, you can look up these teams. You can see what they do. Russia's General Staff Main Intelligence Directorate, GRU, which is like the new, what was that shit back in the day? KGB? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, if they're highly resourced, highly funded, more than likely it's going to be a nation state. If they don't, they're typically like an unskilled attacker or a hacktivist. They're going to have limited resources to include money, time, sophistication as well. So yeah, level of sophistication / capability. It all depends on what kind of threat actor it is. Obviously, a nation state threat actor is going to be highly sophisticated. An unskilled attacker is going to be low. Insider threats just vary. And again, it could be the guy from accounting, or it could be your senior systems engineer. That could be your insider threat. So it just depends. All right, let's do our quiz. And it's domain 2.1.1. Oh damn, it's just 6 questions? Fucking long one. Sometimes you guys ever look back and you're like, damn, I did all that work? Like, because you're kind of inherently lazy. You ever surprised by something you did? Like, fuck, I did 6 questions? Must have been motivated that day.
I took a shower. During the week.
All right, y'all ready? Let's move on. So now we're going to go over domain 2.2. So explain common threat vectors and attack surfaces. So now what we're talking about. So we know there's hackers out there. We know there's threat actors, people, groups, teams that are trying to get into your network. They're trying to do data exfiltration, breach you, exploit something. Maybe it's a denial of service. Whatever attack they're trying to do, we know there's teams out there. But now how do they get to us? So now we're going to go over the different threat vectors. So that's what they use to get inside your network, the tools, techniques, technologies, and then our attack surface. So if we run an organization, we have IT assets in there. Every single data point, touch point, IT asset is our attack surface. So we got to go over that, and we'll probably touch on how to harden that attack surface to make it less. So we don't want a wide attack surface that's highly available for our attackers. Okay, so threat vectors. It's the means or pathway through which a cyber attack is carried out. All right, so the first one we're going to talk about is email. So this is very common in what we call phishing attacks. Does L3 Harris send you guys those test phishing emails? Yeah. Right. And there's a reason. And you know what's funny? They probably hire a consulting company a lot of money to make those emails. Just in case you guys need a business idea. There's a reason though, because email, really user interaction is still one of the primary ways a hacker gets into your environment. Because it's really hard to, just, if I'm standing outside, for me to hack into that computer right there, it's extremely hard. I need a pathway in, and usually that's the human element. So how can I fool the humans in that organization? Well, I can get their domain email address list, which is easy, right? Can I guess what your guys' emails are? Some sort of variation of your first or last name at l3harris.com. That's just a guess, right? So if I can guess that, so can the attackers. So if I know your name, I could probably get an email through to you if I have a legit email domain from the sender, right, to you, the receiver. And if I can get you to click on that phishing email, click a link, I can download malware on your computer, and then that malware can do its thing. Lateral movement, build backdoors, whatever, right? So email is still one of the main vectors for me as a hacker to get my malware to do what I need to do in your network. So how do we prevent against this? So there's two main ways they're always going to tell you when you're protected against like these social engineering type attacks. One is going to be user awareness and training, so educating the users. Do you guys have like a yearly cyber awareness you have to do through your company? Right. So I remember I told you companies do that really just kind of save their ass, but it's meant also from a cyber perspective to be like, hey, take this serious so you know how to recognize these type of phishing emails. And then when it comes to email, it's a gateway. Your email server, whatever that is now, it's Office 365. There's things we can put on like our DNS entries and on that email itself to do spam filtering, do something called SPF checks, which we don't get into in Sec Plus, but there's ways we can verify the emails coming in come from a legit domain and a legit sender, okay? So like your Yahoo rejected my registration at first, right?
I was just in the wrong.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. User error.
I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, no worries. But iCloud emails, they always send my shit to spam. And my domain is at trepatech.com, right? It's actually a Google like Gmail domain that I just use. It's a G Suite, right? So it's coming from Gmail servers, but for some reason, my domain, I don't have it set up properly. So where iCloud's doing their checks on who the sender is that they're receiving, it sends mine as spam. It looks like spam, right? So there are things you can do at the actual technical level besides just user awareness. SMS. I get these weekly, actually, like why I owe a toll, or hey, we're reaching out to you about a loan you requested, which never requested a loan. And essentially what they're trying to do is do something called credential harvesting. They send you a link, they want you to log into that link, and maybe get your account credentials for something. So an easy one is like a toll, like, hey, you owe the DMV a toll, click here, put in your credit card information, put in your email, and they just gather that stuff from you, okay? It's like a credential harvesting attack. Or they send you to what looks like a legitimate website for like the DMV or for your bank, and you try to sign in, so you put your legit password, and they just gather that now, okay? So how do we prevent against this? Again, it's user awareness, so you can recognize it, but if they're successful in stealing your email and a good password that you use, every single thing you log into, your bank, your social media, should be multi-factor authenticated, right? You should always have some sort of like SMS code sent to you or some sort of authenticator app being used so that if you do fall victim, you give up your credentials, they still need like, a code sent to you or something to log into your account. So multi-factor authentication helps prevent against this if you fall victim. All right, instant messaging, it's the same thing just on your social media, okay? I get these this is actually a screenshot from my company's like Trepatex business page on Facebook. I get these all the time where they're like, your Facebook page is gonna be shut down unless you log in and verify your account. It's really like low effort, but imagine like a mom and pop shop, they're like 50 years old, they start a Facebook page because their grandkids tell them to. They could easily fall victim to that shit, you know? So there's a reason people do it. Okay, image-based threats. So attackers use images to exploit vulnerabilities in image processing software or embed malicious code. It's kind of like the reverse of steganography where they're just embedding malicious code into an image. Moving on. File-based threats. This is your malware, okay? So this is, you get an email, there's a PDF on it, but instead of it being a PDF, it's actually an executable that's gonna download malware. So if you get a phishing email where there's an attachment on it and you download what looks like a Word doc, a PDF, an Excel spreadsheet, there could be macros in there or malware hiding in there. So those are file-based threats. How do we prevent that? Have antivirus, have anti-malware, have something called EDR. It's called endpoint detection and response. Really just host-based software to protect your system against that. And also user awareness. Don't be downloading shit from random emails. Okay, voice call threats. Dude, there's this guy I love. He's on YouTube, but he scams the scammers back. I don't know if you've ever seen him. But they're like, do not redeem it. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. But he's like, you're killing me. No, but anyway, sorry. That guy's just hilarious. He still does them too. Like he's very active. But that's what a voice call threat is. Somebody calling your phone, pretending to be from your bank, your boss. They're using these social engineering techniques to gain trust or some sort of authority in the conversation to get you to give them money or whatever they want to do. Or could it be credential harvesting as well, trying to get your account? So who falls victim to this a lot? Who's like the demographic?
The older.
Yeah, older.
That retire and have, little savings.
And what's scary about this now, right, is AI. Because you can deep fake a voice pretty easy. So like for me, if someone wanted to fool my grandma, they could go download all my YouTube videos, copy my voice exactly with an AI, and call her and damn near probably sound like me. So it's getting more sophisticated. And like your parents never know when a video is AI. At least my parents don't when they see it on their social media feed. So it's getting harder for that demographic to recognize when something is fake. Okay, removable device threats. There's always this, any cyber class you go to, whether it's like in college, any instructor is always going to talk about this one attack that happened like 15 years ago now, where an attack group left USBs in a parking lot of an organization, put the organization's logo, and a bunch of users went in and plugged that into their computer, right? That's why they've been talking about this attack since like I feel like 2010. Like when I learned Sec Plus in 2015, we can look it up if you guys want, but the point of this slide is, hey, don't plug random shit into your corporate network. And most of the time, corporations say don't plug in USBs at all. The IT team will send you an approved one. So I don't know how your guys' L3 Harris is, but yeah, it's common. When I worked at Andrill, you'd have to request it from the IT team, and they'd send you like the approved USB, Okay, vulnerable software. So this is software installed on, or client-based. Software installed on client devices can contain vulnerabilities. So all we're saying here is that, hey guys, sometimes the attack is on you, on your laptops, your phones, your computers. Sometimes it's going to be on the server. Sometimes it may be in your cloud environment. So when we're worried about vulnerable software or our operating system being exposed, how do we protect that? Again, that's going to be with hardening the host and adding software onto that host that does its protection. Anti-malware, antivirus, EDR, XDR, all these different technologies I believe we're going to talk about in this domain. Okay, agentless. So now how do we protect our computers without actually installing like McAfee on here or some sort of EDR? It's going to take up a lot of our compute resources. So we could have a centralized server that reaches out, that touches your computer via like a network protocol like SSH, and scans for malware. But all the compute resource, all the RAM, CPU, all that thinking, all that processing happens at a server rather than at the individual endpoint. All right, let's do our quiz. What's next here? Okay.
What were you doing at Andrew?
I was a sales engineer, pre-sales engineer. So Andrew bought out a company called Kloss. Do you know him? It's like edge compute. And okay, so what'd you use in 160? DTEC routers and switches? Remember it's a company like that pretty much builds edge compute routers, switches, and hardware for the DoD. Okay. And so Andrew bought them out. So I was on that team selling that hardware back to the military. So just a lot of fucking travel to military customers trying to sell them our shit. Yeah. Or current customers. But I didn't like it. I'm not a very good salesman, so it was really stressful for me. But yeah, you've never seen these before? These edge compute kits and shit? Yeah, it was this team. Yeah, it just, see this? Soldier. Yeah. It was cool though. They were based in Ireland. Like they sent me to Costa Mesa, California. They sent me to DC. They sent me to Ireland for a week to learn, which was sick. It was right in Dublin. Like all the places I was going was cool. It was just way too much travel.
That headquarters in Costa Mesa is crazy.
It is. It's sick. If they would have like moved me to their headquarters in DC or there, I probably would have stayed. But dude, I just was not a good salesman. Like my day job was making Excel spreadsheets, putting together PowerPoints, and talking to customers, trying to sell them shit. Like, it just wasn't for me. You said you had buddies when worked there at Andrew?
Jason works there now.
It's a good job. They're a great company, honestly.
CEO's a little out there.
He is. I mean, it's Peter Thiel, too, that backs him. So, I mean, fucking circle of evil there. But he's successful, the guy.
Yeah, he'd make a good Bond villain. Just kind of, what's up, man?
Yeah, secretly what's going on in his fucking office, yeah. But everyone there is pretty much just banking on them going public and shit like that. I mean, obviously they will. I say only, but when I got hired, I got 80 grand worth of stock there, or RSUs. But it was 20 grand every year. So one isn't as much as they like made it out to be, but still good.
Maybe we don't want it, I'll take it.
I don't even have it no more,
I get it.
It was a hard decision because I was like, if they do blow up like Palantir, yeah.
I know. That's the thing. That's why they get you.
Yeah. But I was a salesman with no commission.
Oh,
does that make any sense?
No.
I know.
That should be
It's
illegal
like a
too.
waitress without
I know, yeah, I'm just getting fucked. So it's like, but the account manager you support, because typically at pre-sales, Cisco, Dell, no matter where you go, is like there's an account manager and a sales engineer. The account manager does get the bulk of the commission, but the sales engineer gets a little crumbs. Got nothing. Nothing, bro. And I was like, dude, if I'm gonna be like, these customers, like, I want some fucking money from it, like. Yeah. I usually like to eat early.
You're eating at 7 tonight.
Yeah, we're working through lunch.
Work through lunch, guys. You guys are ready to be here till 10.
Don't worry, I got Little Caesars coming. One, yeah. Like in elementary school, we're gonna cut it in thin slices. 1 2-liter of Coke.
Quarter pepperoni slice on there. And it falls off on the floor.
Fuck. You could like roll it up like a fruit roll. Small.
Crystal pepper from 1987.
All right, guys, let's finish up. I want to finish up domain 2.2, then take our first 10-minute break. So now we're going to go over hardening. So we're going to talk about unsecured networks, open ports, default credentials, and the supply chain, how that is something we have to worry about when installing equipment onto our enterprise. Where'd it come from? And make sure it doesn't come from China. Okay, so unsecured networks. What we're talking about here is when the internet was invented back in the 70s into the 80s. It was funded by DARPA. There was really no concept in these major universities of protecting it. It was just, let's make these protocols work. Let's somehow transfer data across the world, across the country. So there was no inherent security involved in the making of a lot of the protocols we still use. DNS, HTTP, all these protocols, we had to add security on later. So our type of networks, our Wi-Fi networks, our hardline networks, which is just Ethernet, right? The fucking fiber optic or the copper cable you plug into your computers, had no inherent security on it. So Wi-Fi, we had to add that. So we had to add WPA, was what we call Wi-Fi Protected Access. And now we have 3 versions of it, WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. Initially, there was something called WEP, W-E-P. That was the very first Wi-Fi protection, but it's so insecure now, we really don't even talk about it. The whole point of this slide, guys, is that if you're managing a wireless network, you have to protect it. Because if not, it's susceptible to man-in-the-middle attacks, spoofing attacks, and even if you add encryption, there's still going to be attacks like evil twin attacks, where essentially I can take my little access point here, mimic the SSID that is coming from that access point up there in the ceiling, and if my signal is stronger, your computer might auto-join to this SSID, and then I can capture all your packets, right? Because in Wi-Fi, there's 3 major packets. It's 802.11 frames, there's data, control, and management frames. And when you first hook up to a Wi-Fi network, you send a probe, a join message, that's a control frame, to the access point emitting that SSID, and then you do an authentication process from there. So an evil twin attack pretty much says, hey, I'm going to be the stronger signal, so your computer does that with me, because you might have already auto-connected to the corporate network, okay? So there's a lot of different types of attacks we have. So use encryption, implement strong passwords, and then it says employ network segmentation, so have a guest Wi-Fi. Don't let random users like me, I shouldn't be able to get onto your guys' corporate Wi-Fi. You should have a guest, which I think you guys do have a guest. Into direct line. Is someone going to be able to hack that? No, they need to get in the middle of there. If there's no malware on our computers, right, in this perfect scenario, they need to somehow get on that network to do packet captures to exploit us on the actual wire. So wired networks, even though they're inherently secure, I could grab a Raspberry Pi, download Kali Linux, plug it into your wall jack, and start doing packet captures or attacks on it. So we need some way to say, hey, we got to protect our ports and our network access. So we have 2 things we're going to talk about here. Port security on a switch, which limits the amount of MAC addresses can be allowed on a single port on a switch, and then network access control, which uses protocols like 802.1x, Radius, and TACX to do what's called network access control and authentication. More on that later. All you need to know is that for wired networks, to protect them, you can implement port security or network access control. And then, of course, if you have a compound or even like an office here, we're not going to let strangers in and let them plug in straight into the network, right? So just physical security. Where is this hard? When you have like a reception desk, a big waiting room, if you have those open network jacks, potentially someone could just come in and plug in, right? Like you guys have some here. Someone could just potentially plug in. Yeah, it's probably turned off and shit. Yeah, that's what people do too. They just turn off the port if it's not active. Okay, Bluetooth. Bluetooth can be exploited for eavesdropping. Here's the type of attacks: blue snarfing, blue bugging, and blue-borne vulnerabilities. There's also something called blue jacking as well. So the mitigation is all the same. If you're really worried about someone exploiting your Bluetooth connection, turn it off. Or enable authentication and encryption, which I've never really done, but authentication's a thing, right? You put a pin in sometimes, like when you do Bluetooth to like a car. Okay, this is something that's important. So open service ports. So what are we talking about here? So let's say I spin up a server, or maybe I put in an IoT device, Internet of Things device, and it's serving a certain function. So I need port 443 open to do HTTPS, and I need port 22 open so I can remotely manage it. So those are the 2 ports I need, so I can manage it, and so my users can access this web server. So do I need these other ports open? No. You close them off, because this is exploitable. This is actually an SMB port. It's like server message block, and it's something that's easily exploitable if it's open to the internal and external network. So you just turn that off. It's just simple hardening techniques is what we call it. It's like the principle of least privilege, now just for the ports, protocols, and services running on your device. If you don't need it, lose it, okay? Default credentials. So you never want to leave the default admin credentials. So where does this happen just in a common thing? Like the router you get from your ISP. Remember back in the day, they'd all have the same password? You could just look up the model online and be like, what's the password for this? You want to change that, right? You just want to change the default credentials on anything you employ in your network, whether that's Windows 10, Windows 11, or any IoT device. You see this a lot where they have default credentials. You guys know what I mean when I say IoT? Internet of Things? It's like your fucking Wi-Fi connected fridge, okay? It's like your Wi-Fi connected thermostat. That's considered IoT. So sometimes like corporations that want to be like futuristic, they'll have a smart TV, and then it's like, well, I got to hook that up to Wi-Fi, right? So if they hook that up to the corporate network Wi-Fi, that's a big vulnerability because that smart TV, that smart thermometer has no protections in it. So you want to segment those IoT devices and harden them as best you can, and typically this is like one of the steps. Get rid of the default credentials on that IoT device. You guys got any of this shit at your house? I hate it. I hate like smart washers, smart fridges, like it's stupid. Yeah. Dude, people have smart washers and dryers. My buddy has one. He thinks it's so cool. Like, yeah.
No, it sucks.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I just want something that fucking works. I don't care if it's connected to my Wi-Fi. Like, I don't need to start my washer from my phone. It's cool. It needs to update. Yeah, like, oops.
The software needs to update.
Yeah. I don't honestly like smart TVs. Like, I wish they would just make a 4K TV with nothing on it, and I can just hook up my own computer to it. That's what my buddy does, and it's so much, it's just it's so much better. Like, anyways, moving on. Or I use Apple TV, which is way better than my smart TV, like using the Samsung shit. Okay, supply chain. So supply chains, we know what this word means, but there's a lot of different ways we use it in cybersecurity. So this could be when we're buying things from a vendor. So let's say we're running a company and we need to buy 50 Dell computers. You know, what's our supply chain there? We probably go to a VAR, which is an authorized reseller. That reseller goes to Dell, and then Dell gives them the computers, and they put their markup and they sell it to us. So that's a simple supply chain where we know where it's coming from. We know it's coming from Dell. But where did Dell produce those computers? Well, if it's a government systems, there's certain like DPAS ratings and things a part of that. Well, you cannot manufacture computer components in a non-Five Eye country. You guys know what Five Eye is? It's like New Zealand, Canada, is it France, UK, our allies essentially, Australia. So yeah, you can't produce something in a non-Five Eye country and technically sell it to the US military, technically. Where's it going with this? Okay, just make sure you know where your equipment's coming from because that supply chain could be exploited. A great example of this is Amazon Web Services. When they were building out their cloud data centers, they were getting all their compute hardware, storage hardware from China. It was getting manufactured in China. Turns out all those systems had backdoors on them, on the actual like motherboards of those servers. So data exfiltration was happening straight back to China, right? That was a supply chain issue. So MSP, let's go over what this term is. That is a managed service provider. So a lot of times these small and mid-sized businesses, they need IT infrastructure. They need Office 365, they need Wi-Fi in their offices, storage, whatever. They need IT systems. But they're not big enough to hire their own IT people. So they hire what's called a MSP, a managed service provider. So managed service providers, they're fucking everywhere. There's probably like 20, 30 just in Reno, probably more depending how big the city is. But why are we talking about them? So if we have an MSP and they're setting up all of our, IT infrastructure, if one of their technicians goes rogue or they're pissed off or whatever, they could potentially take down our networks, right? If we're company A or company B over there and we're a small to mid-sized business. So pretty much the point of this is just vet them. Make sure you're going through a reputable MSP, not just your buddy from down the block that knows how to do computer shit. And then vendors, kind of like I talked about, if you're going to reputable vendors, things that are common, a common transaction, like just going to Dell, that's fine. It's usually a really vetted supply chain. But if you're doing third-party software, third-party integration, you're going to the city to buy like a refurbished computer somewhere, like refurbished computers on Amazon, you really don't know where that's coming from. You really don't know if somewhere along that chain someone put a back door in that motherboard or whatever the case may be. So just be aware of supply chain attacks and where you're getting your equipment from. Okay, cool. Let's do our quiz. One more slide deck, guys, and we'll take our first 10-minute break. All right, guys, let's finish up domain 2.2, and then we'll go on a break. So now we're going to talk about the actual social engineering techniques. So I went over the vectors, so like email, SMS, a phone call, and I kind of talked about the social engineering techniques already, but now we're just going to clearly define them. So phishing. This is a technique where attackers deceive victims into revealing sensitive information or downloading malware by masquerading as a legitimate entity through email. So it's just, hey, falling victim to an email that is actually malicious, that may look legit. So how do we mitigate that? Remember I told you, it's, CompTIA, it's always going to be education and then using email filters for a phishing attack. Vishing, that's over the phone. So it's the same exact thing as phishing, but now the medium is through a phone call. How do we mitigate that? Verifying caller identity, however you would do that, and really just use your awareness and education. Smishing, like we already talked about, is through SMS. So the goals are very similar to phishing. It's for scams, malware infections, financial fraud, trying to get like your bank account information. Impersonation. So now we're going to go over the kind of, I can put together a phishing email, but how do I make it look legit? So these are kind of like the techniques we use in our social engineering attacks like phishing, smishing, and vishing. So impersonation, that's where we pretend to be an authority figure or someone you trust. Like I said, it's probably real easy now to set up a phone call, do an AI deepfake of someone's grandson and actually use his or her voice. So that's impersonation, someone you trust. Now, when they say mitigations, multi-factor authentication, is me getting a SMS code going to stop me from clicking a link? No. What that's saying is that if you do fall victim and you do expose your credentials, at least you have multi-factor authentication enabled, so you can't just sign into your bank or your social media or whatever accounts through just username and password. That's why I made all my family, all the older adults in my family, I made them set up multi-factor authentication. My dad's wife, not that she didn't listen, I think she just forgot to do it, and then literally her Instagram got hacked. But anyways, okay, pretexting. Do you guys know what gaslighting is? Hell yeah. Okay, right? We're professionals at it. But that's how I always relate to my young privates when I tell them this is like gaslighting. This is like me, I come in the first day, and I start just saying little white lies to get you guys to believe a big lie I'm going to tell you on Friday. That's pretexting. Kind of setting the stage for a fake scenario that seems believable without me just coming up right away and being like, hey, did you guys know I can fly like a Boeing 737? Maybe I pretext you a little bit before that, like, oh, I did this, I did that. So that's something that attackers use, kind of like a long game. If you know you're going to go out for a boys' weekend, maybe that whole week you're buying your girls flowers, you're doing stuff, and then Friday you drop the bomb, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not going to be here this weekend, That's pretexting. Okay, a watering hole attack, something a little bit more technical. This is when an attacker or threat actor says, hey, we're doing reconnaissance, we're trying to footprint and survey this organization we want to attack. And we notice their users always go to this website. They log into that website at 9:30 every day. So instead of me trying to attack the individual users, maybe I find a way to do like an injection or a cross-site scripting attack on the website that all the users access. So that's a watering hole attack. Looking at where all these users or organization you want to attack, where they all connect to, and attacking that connection. It's like, how do lions hunt in, Africa? The watering hole is where all the fucking deer or elk or whatever those things are. So they know to go there if they're hungry. Same, that's where they got the name. Okay, typo squatting, kind of like old school attack, but they still want to talk about it. So here's our legit domain, example.com. So a malicious actor goes and buys example with another e.com in the hopes that you mess up, when you put in your URL, the legitimate one, and you navigate to the malicious one. That's typo squatting, okay? Obviously, big companies know about this already. So like Google, they own so many domains that are similarly typed to Google, right? So, but it's typo squatting. It's still an attack they want you to know about. Okay, let's do our quiz, and then we'll go on a 10-minute break. All right, cool guys. I'm gonna put a timer up. 10 minutes.
also opens up stuff for me to do in my area, in West
But
Virginia.
if it's the
So.
same time tomorrow at Ifness, you can.
But-
I'm still waking
And
up.
then
Yeah.
6.
my blocker got super pissed off because he's like, oh, well, are you guys even like following the procedures that L3 Harris has for drones? No, I'm trying to help you out.
Yeah, probably not.
What's L3 Harris procedure for drones?
I have no fucking
Oh. I don't know they had a procedure.
Yeah, we have
for
a
drones.
customer that brings his out to the side all the time. He actually used to work for us, and he brings his out to the side all the time, just flying around,
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew it was a
Years.
procedure.
I didn't.
I know there's restricted airspace and everything around this.
The other guy from
Does he
MBE
follow
does
those?
too. That new guy that just got on MBE.
Larry?
Yeah, he takes his drones out sometimes and surveys it.
Larry Birch.
Yeah.
That was funny. He just randomly hit me up out of nowhere, tell me Happy New Year.
Really?
Pick up. Thanks, Larry.
He's a cool dude.
I'm gonna survey this lady's window in this apartment complex.
Oh my God.
The only appropriate use.
Topographic survey of this girl's chest. Then Mike picked that up, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
That's mad funny.
I'm gonna take Seth's role.
All right, guys. Let's finish up domain 2.3 and then we'll probably be good for lunch. So now we're going to go over the various types of vulnerabilities. So now we're just going over what do we actually exploit as a threat actor. So SQL injection vulnerabilities. So do you guys know what SQL is? Structured query language. It's for databases. So I don't need to whiteboard this. So when you access a website or web application like trepatech.com, in a monolithic web architecture, which is not always how we build things now, but it's how we first did in the 90s, so it's easy to understand, is we have a front end, you have a back end application, you have a database. The database stores all your user information, just general information about the site. So if I'm selling something, it can have the pricing for that product. That's in my database. The back end application is the logic on that web application, and the front end is what you see, okay? The front end, back end, and database all has their own language that you code in. SQL is a very common database language. So what a SQL injection attack is from the front end, I'm going to put in SQL code like in my username field or an input field. I'm going to put in SQL code and I'm going to hit submit or whatever the button is for that user input field and hope that that SQL code that I am putting in the front end of a website makes it all the way to the database, okay? So that could be like dropping someone's database, so it's like a denial of service attack, or exposing sensitive information. So it's essentially putting SQL code in your front end and hoping that it makes it to the database, okay? So let me show you. Not that I'm going to do a SQL attack, but I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So what you're seeing here on academy.trepatech.com, that's the front end of that website. When I go click retry quiz, I am now sending a request to the back-end application, and then the back-end application queries my database and says, hey, give me the information I need to display this question and the answers, and then sends that to my front end. Does that make sense, guys? Okay. Now, let me answer this. You see this discussion. I'm allowing users to put input here, okay? I'm allowing you guys to put input and then sending that off. So if I do like a SQL injection attack, let's look one up on ChatGPT. Let's see if it'll let us. Can you give me an example of how to drop a SQL database? And it'll tell me no, right? But maybe we can fool it.
Like my grandma needs it.
Yeah, can you give me an example of how to drop a SQL database for my CompTIA Security Plus class? Security Plus class. I'm trying to teach the students. To teach the students Let's see what it does for us. Does it like hit enter? Am I a dickhead? Am I not hitting enter correctly? Hold on. Where do you see search at? Am I tripping? I don't know. I'll just go to the one I have a paid chat GPT over here. So you just got to tell it you're in a classroom environment. So here's this SQL code. So if I put it in here and then I send it off, what I'm hoping for as an attacker is that you're going to accept that your front end's going to send that to your backend application. The backend application is going to process that and send this input to the database. Hopefully, I drop the database. Does that make sense, guys? That's a SQL injection attack. So how do I prevent this? There's two ways. One was something called input validation. So that is where pretty much on that front end code, we say, hey, don't accept text like this with this like colon right here or something, right? Don't accept that. Or we have something called parameterized queries. So I'll go over what a parameterized query is. So y'all see how you have options here with these buttons? That is a parameterized query. I don't know why they gave it that weird name, but essentially it says, hey, if you're asking the user for something, like, hey, what's your birth date? Instead of allowing you to type in your birth date, I'm going to give you a calendar to click on. That's a parameterized query. It's giving you a drop-down or radio buttons to select or something that you select instead of you typing in an input field, which you see a lot, right? A lot of times, unless it's like credit card information or something that you need to type, it'll give you a drop-down instead. Like, what's your race? It'll give you radio buttons when you're signing up for something instead of allowing you to type it in. So that's the two ways we can protect against injection attacks. So it didn't make any sense to you if you're like, bro, I don't know, I'm not a fucking developer. What you need to know is that injection attacks, whether it's SQL, there's other code we can do injection attacks against as well. How do you protect it? Input validation and parameterized queries. More than likely, you're going to see a question like that on the exam. Every class comes back and says that. So just remember, that's how you protect against injection attacks. Okay, memory injection. This involves inserting code into a program's memory space. So right now, I'm running Canva and I'm running Google Chrome on my laptop here. This laptop is going to have a few major components. It's going to have my hard drive, which is probably like a solid state drive. That's for my storage. That's where I have a terabyte and I can store up to a terabyte of data on my computer. And then I'm going to have my compute resources. My compute resources are CPU and RAM. When I launch Google Chrome, coded into that application is it's going to interact with my memory pool. I have 16 gigs of RAM, and it's going to say, hey, I need some memory blocks to process this application. During that interaction, that's what a memory injection is trying to exploit. It's trying to say, hey, I know that the application is going to grab memory from this memory pool. I'm going to try to insert some malicious code into that. Or I'm going to try to do something that makes that memory pool overflow. Now, when I exit off Google Chrome, what is supposed to happen to that memory? Google Chrome, if I exit off it, the memory pool is supposed to get that block back. So if I'm using a gig of RAM to run Chrome, I exit off it, I'm supposed to get that gig back, right? There's other memory injection attacks where it tries to prevent that. It pretty much tries to prevent that application from releasing that memory back to the system. So how do we protect against memory injection, guys? There's that key word again, input validation, okay? So anytime you see injection something on this exam, more than likely the answer to mitigate it is going to be input validation. Okay, buffer overflow. This is another type of memory attack. What I just described to you, how I launch an application on my computer, I take a block of memory from the system, and then I'm supposed to give it back. Well, buffer overflow is meant to kind of exploit that function. So it's when data is written to a buffer more than it can hold, so leading to data overriding adjacent memory. So essentially, buffer overflow is sometimes malicious, sometimes it's not. So you could like develop malware that does these type of buffer overflow attacks on your applications. Or it could just happen, like someone created an application and they're a bad developer, and essentially they keep grabbing more memory to run their code instead of making it more efficient, and it takes away from other applications on your computer. So we call that a buffer overflow attack. Okay, race conditions. Time of check, time of use. So let me go to the whiteboard for this. I'll show you what a race condition is. So typically when we're coding something, I'm going to build 2 web servers here, okay? When I'm coding an application and I'm making my functions and my methods, there's some sort of sequential order to it, okay? When you log into your L3 Harris machine with your credentials, your Active Directory server, your Microsoft Azure authentication server, whatever the fuck it is, right? It's going to apply permissions to your account in a sequential order. And that's how it's supposed to be in this chronological sequential sequence. If you get permissions placed out of order, you could have some issues. You could have permission issues. You could have elevated permissions, or you could have not enough permissions. So it's always supposed to be this order of operations to the applications you're running and the protocols you're running. So a race condition, or a time of check, time of use, I don't know how to spell, condition. It's hard without images, right?
There we go.
Yeah, then we got it. Okay, is when that timing is off. So the first person to actually prove this was a cybersecurity researcher who actually fooled Starbucks into getting an unlimited amount of Starbucks gift card money. I'll show you how he did it. So essentially, back in 2014, Starbucks had a thing where if you had 2 gift cards, you can upload them to your account online and transfer the balance of one to the other. So then you transfer $5 over here, you're supposed to be left with $0 on this gift card. So what this researcher did, so this is starbucks.com, let's put Starbucks, is he had a $5 gift card over here, and like, this is a web session, okay? He's just literally on like Google Chrome or something. And he had a $5 gift card over here in another web browser, okay? I have to read the article again. I don't think he had 2 computers. I think he did it from like 1 machine. And what he would do at the same time, he did this with a script so to make sure it was like atomic timing and accurate. He would transfer $5 over here and $5 over here at the same time. And what would end up happening is this would go to 10, and then what do you think happened over here? It would stay at 5. So it'd go down to 0, and then the $5 from over there would be added back onto it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Why did that happen? I'd have to read the article again specifically into the coding of what happened in their backend application, but essentially the timing was off during the transferring process when logged into an account transferring gift cards, okay? It was just timing. And he proved, one of the first ones to prove that a race condition can happen when you don't have what we call atomic timing in your codes or like bound checks and things like that. So he just kept doing this over and over and over again, made a white paper and submitted it to Starbucks. And then they're like, that's not possible. And then he did it again. So it was pretty funny. But that is a race condition. Now this actually happens commonly in enterprises. Have you guys ever logged in and all of a sudden you can't access shit that you could have like the other day?
Yep.
And then what do? Restart the computer?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's fine? That's because during that login process, something got out of order. It's a race condition, okay? Or a time of check, time of use vulnerability. So why do we care about this as a hacker? Literally because of this guy that proved this. That's why we care about race conditions. And then also, if we don't have good systems in place, part of our roles as cybersecurity analysts is also what? You know, we look at the CIA triad, it's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So if we have all these race condition problems on our enterprise, we care about that because users are having to restart computers, re-log in, and it's not making the systems highly available. So it's something that we do care about. All right, malicious updates. So it doesn't really happen in Windows because Windows, where should you get your updates for a Windows machine? From fucking Microsoft, right? There's a little button that says, go get your updates from Microsoft. But in Linux devices, we have to go to what's called a repo that's online to get our updates. And someone could maliciously go into that Linux machine and change the URL that it's reaching out to not be the default one. And then you're getting bad updates that could have like malware in it. Third-party applications sometimes is a problem. All we're saying here is that make sure when you're updating your systems and your environment that you're going to a trusted source, okay? No matter if it's a container, if it's an application, or if it's an operating system. Okay, cross-site scripting. This is, you know, they don't call it an injection attack because there's 3 different ways you can do cross-site scripting. But here's what you need to know. This is when an attacker messes with the website, and then you go to that website, and now malicious code is downloading onto your web browser, okay? So there's 3 types. There's just cross-site scripting, stored cross-site scripting, and DOM-based cross-site scripting. And they all have similar consequences. Defacing websites, redirecting users, hijacking user sessions, and getting you to download some malicious shit, okay? A lot of times this happened back in the day on like forums. So you guys remember like 4chan or 8chan? You know what those websites are? Yeah, I've actually never been on there myself, but since I had to teach, yeah, never. But since I had to teach, I had to learn like the history of where these started. It happened in forums a lot, where people would post malicious links in those forums, and the website had no way to like moderate it essentially automatically. And now we do. Now we have these protections. So if this is similar to an injection attack, what do you think we do to protect it, guys? Input validation, remember? Input validation, okay? All right, let's do our quiz. All right, guys, let's continue. We're making good time. Probably could go to lunch earlier today. All right, so domain 2.3.2. We're going to keep going over vulnerabilities now in our systems, specifically hardware and cloud-based systems. Okay, so hardware vulnerabilities. So what this is talking about is, hey, where you buy your hardware from. I've kind of talked about this, whether it's from an OEM provider or a authorized reseller. We have to be aware of all the vulnerabilities for our on-prem equipment that we're going to manage. So if I'm buying Cisco UCS chassis, Dell PowerEdge servers, Dell EMC, or like some NetApp storage area networks, I have to be aware of a couple things. One, I should probably get on their vendor-specific threat feeds and alerts for any vulnerabilities. So I'm probably paying some sort of subscription from them that says, I want to be alerted of any zero-day exploits or exploits period that get reported to that vendor. So that's one. Two, I need to be aware of the life cycle management. So when I buy hardware, there should be some department within that organization that manages life cycle that knows that we have hardware that's going to become end of support, end of life. Because when it becomes end of life, a year prior to that, we want to start doing what? Life cycle replacements, okay? And then, of course, we could have legacy systems. So we could have hardware in our environment that we can't update, that we can't change, that we need to track, and then we need to implement compensating controls. So protection measures is just saying, like, hey, if you have hardware, keep it up to date. Keep the firmware up to date. Well, a lot of people miss that because hardware, we're not talking about Windows. We're not talking about Linux. I'm talking about actual hardware. It's like on a Dell server, there's a motherboard that runs certain applications and programs like iDRAC that allows us to remote into that server, even if it doesn't have an operating system. That firmware needs to be updated, okay? So something you have to think about that it's not just the operating system that's on there. There's still software beneath that we need to keep updated. And then limit the use of legacy systems in critical applications. Sometimes you can't help it though. Sometimes you just are gonna end up having a legacy device in your environment. Where I work, do you guys know what a console server is? Yeah, it's just pretty much like, imagine a little server that has like 16 console ports in the back that you can like HTTP to. So it's like out-of-band management, right? So you go to that console server and then it allows you to console into this router, this switch, whatever. Anyways, that's a legacy device on our network because we can't update the Cypher suite on it, like it's impossible. So our cyber team has to put in compensating controls and pretty much do a write-up saying, hey, the vendor literally is out of date. It won't update this system, so we need to replace it. So a big thing we have coming up is I have to go to all my sites internationally and literally replace this one thing. You know, so it's not bad though. Like trip to Hawaii and shit to replace one thing that technically doesn't affect the network at all. It's just out of band, so it's pretty cool actually. Knowing them, they'll probably just send it there and have someone local do it. But yeah, yeah. All right, cloud-specific vulnerabilities. When I say cloud, what do you guys think of? Do you actually have you ever seen a cloud console or portal? Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you. Google Cloud. Okay. So this is what a cloud console looks like. So when you like hear the cloud in the enterprise, you guys use Office 365, correct? Okay. So let me go to the Azure portal. Do I still have my account with this? I actually use Google Cloud for like my business. Yeah, I can't remember. I just use Azure when I teach. Fuck it, we'll see if I can get in. Come on now. See multi-factor? It used my fingerprint, so what kind of factor is that? Do y'all know? That's right. Something you are. Fishing, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it looks good. Damn, just put my number on there. Okay. Yeah, I need to, don't worry about it, okay? We'll just move on. But that's accessing the cloud portal. That's all it is. You just go to like a URL. It's called portal.azure.com, and you sign in if you have good credentials. I'm not going to try again. It's fine. I'll fix that later. Well, yeah, okay. Moving on. And here it is. You just go deploy resources on this cloud portal. So if I want to build some virtual machines in the cloud, like I have a couple here, I can turn them on, and then there's like a web server. That's it, okay? So where is this located? So you see this zone right here, guys? US West 1 Bravo. So there's a data center here in the West Coast, probably somewhere in California, that Google manages that has like tens of thousands of servers, thousands of racks, and what I'm using right now is a portal or console front end to access the resources in that data center to deploy what I need for my enterprise, okay? So what's kind of, not the problem, but as a cybersecurity engineer, that's a lot of responsibility on the cloud service provider, right? They're managing the data center, and it's a multi-tenant environment. So Sam here could get an account on Google Cloud, and you could put a VM in this same zone, and we're just logically separated our data. And we're relying on the cloud provider to logically segment our data, okay? And it's all account-based. So he'll have his account, I'll have my account. We're deploying resources technically on the same fucking computer, but they're logically separated. So then you may ask, okay, if it's in the cloud, if I have this virtual machine in the cloud, what's my role? So it depends on what service model you're using in the cloud. What you're looking at right here is something called infrastructure as service, where I'm telling that cloud provider, hey, I'm going to deploy my own computer, my own virtual machine. I'm going to upload the operating system, and I'm going to upload the application on there. And the cloud provider is going to say, cool, that's infrastructure as service. I'm providing you this front end. I'm managing the data center that's giving you the CPU, the storage, the RAM. You're doing everything else. So now it's my responsibility as the customer of that cloud to go protect that VM, go harden it, go put firewall rules, to update the operating system. If I want to put anti-malware on there, I can. So there's these responsibilities we have to understand. Just because I put it in the cloud doesn't mean the cloud is going to automatically protect me from hackers. And you see this IP address here, guys? So anybody could, that's a public IP. So all of you guys could put this IP in your web browser right now and reach this web application. So an attacker can do the same thing, right? So when you deploy like a public-facing server in the cloud, you're pulling IP addressing that the cloud already has, and guess what is available to the public? All those IP spaces. So a hacker could set up a script that says, hey, go ping every IP address from 3440 to 344168, okay? The first two octets there. And if you get a response, that means someone has a VM in the cloud that's probably exploitable because they're not hardening it if they're allowing us to just ping it, okay? All that to say that you still have some responsibility even if you deploy things in the cloud, okay? Let me turn this off now because that is a real thing. Someone could definitely exploit that VM. And I'll show you guys. One time I was billed like 26 grand because a VM got exploited in my cloud environment. And the cloud providers, they don't care. They're just like, yeah, you have to pay that or you're not going to have access to this shit anymore. So let me show you.
So it's in their environment, it got hacked.
But it's my system. That's my responsibility. They're just, again, giving me the infrastructure, right?
Right, to create it and use it, right?
But it's my shit, right?
So you gotta protect it.
Yes. And that's why it's important in the cloud that you have a professional that understands that. So when you're deploying cloud resources, that's why these cloud engineers get paid so much, right? It's because of reasons like that. I'll show you guys, hold on. I had an intern deploy a VM and didn't harden it like I told him to. So, well, that was, nah.
I'm beating them up, bro.
Lessons learned. Sorry.
It was a hard lesson learned. Why is it not showing me? Hold on. Was it 2025? 2023? Dude. Holy fuck. Dude. Was it back then, 2023? Holy shit. Time moves very quick. Okay, yeah, you see this?
What the?
Yeah. 2023, damn, that was so long ago. Okay. Yeah, that's how much it cost me 1 month because a VM got exploited. That wasn't from shit I was doing.
Right.
Deployed a VM. The VMs, when you deploy them, if you put no hardening yourself, they're exposed to the internet. Openly exposed. Yeah. So when they say like cybersecurity isn't just for big enterprises, like this is just, I was a company of one man, Well, like technically I have a co-founder, but anyways, two guys, right? And an intern. We got hacked. And I had to pay that. Like I actually had to pay that and it sucked. And there is no like forgiveness or something. Like you have to prove, because the cloud provider's like, it's not their fault. They're like, when you sign up, that's part of it. It's like if you deploy something, you don't protect it and it gets hacked, they're gonna charge you. So essentially what happened is someone hacked that VM and was using it as a hop for torrenting. So someone was using my VM as a hop and was from the VM in the cloud data center egressing like thousands of gigs of data. So when you do network egress from the cloud, they charge you a fuck ton, right? Because that's their bandwidth that you're using. So uploading's fine. So if I upload like a terabyte to the cloud, I'm gonna get charged. It's not gonna be crazy. But if that's from my computer to the cloud, if I take that VM and I upload something from that VM a terabyte. They charge you a fuck ton of money, like $1,000 pretty much for that terabyte, originating from the cloud. Does that make sense?
They're charging you for the usage, not
The usage.
like a bill that was sent to you.
Yeah, usage. Yeah, so the cloud is something called operational expense. So the more you use on it, the more they charge you. So in this scenario, a hacker put like essentially like a bot. It's not a bot, but just to keep it simple, on my VM, and that VM was generating 25,000 gigs.
God damn.
Yeah, generating from the VM, not to it, like from it. So I don't know, because I just deleted the VM. I didn't do forensics on it. I was just like, I need to stop this shit. So I don't know. All I found out after was like, obviously I looked into it and like, okay, what service like cost me this much? And it was network egress traffic. So, yeah. Yeah, they got me.
Could you pay them to do that? Was that SaaS or something?
So, yeah.
Right?
So this is something called infrastructure as service, right? So that's when I deploy my VM. It's my operating system that I uploaded. So the cloud's like, it's up to you, big dog. There's other service models called PaaS, Platform as a Service, and Software as a Service. Platform as a Service, they take a little bit more responsibility. They protect the operating system, the middleware, and some other things, and like API protections, and then you deploy the application. If that application gets hacked, it's still up to you though, the application. SaaS is like Office 365. So, but it gets a little tricky, right? If someone gets admin access to your Office 365 portal, you are supposed to lock that down with a good username, password, multi-factor. So it's still you. But if someone hacks the Office 365 portal that they're supposed to be managing for you, then it's their fault. So it all depends. Like if someone attacks a cloud data center and is able to get in and does data breach, that's their fault, right? Because that was their responsibility, you know? When AWS failed in October, it was when I was onboarding to Andrill. It's funny, that's their responsibility, right? To have that uptime in their data center, but there's still nothing they owe to their customers. So it's kind of like, yeah, the cloud is amazing. It's cool. It's a great way to easily scale and be elastic and deploy things, but they don't give a fuck. They're just like, you know. And when I got with them, like I tried my best to get like a human or like a US person on the phone here. They're just like, dude, like you got to pay. Like there's nothing we can do for you, or you don't pay and you won't ever get access to your shit again. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, it is like holding you for ransom. Dude, yeah, it's the fucking, that help desk guy. But you see, I learned my lesson, you know. This was legit use, like over here, like, so I learned my lesson.
He's got so much he was pushing. Egress in it.
And the thing is, like, here's another thing. You have to set up the alerting yourself, too. I didn't set up monitoring or alerting on it. So, you know how I found out? I literally, like, one morning, I was like, let me check my cloud. It was like a fucking intuition. And I was like, holy fuck, what is this? Like, so then I set up alerting. Now, if my budget's $600 a month, when it hits 50%, I get an email. When it hits 90%, I get an email. So I learned my lesson the hard way.
Was it still going?
Yeah, when I logged in. So I had to I stopped the VM, I deleted it.
Imagine if you're like,
So for my CCNA classes, we use network emulation software, so you can actually configure real routers and switches. It's called EVE-NG. It's a web application. I deployed it in the cloud, so when I get my virtual training, you could be from anywhere in the world and get access to our labs. And then now I'm way more careful. I harden it with firewalls. I turn it off at a certain time, so I tell the class, like, hey, 10 p.m. this is getting shut off. I get new public IPs each time, shit like that. And then I do actual monitoring. So like the budget monitoring is like, since the cloud is operational expense, if I'm running a 5-day CCNA course for 20 people, it's $72 a month for that VM. So I just divide that by 4. And I'm like, okay, each student at the high end, if they run this 24 hours for those 5 days, should cost me like $30 a day. Then I just, multiply that, whatever. And I put a budget, and I'm like, if I'm creeping on this budget on day 2, something's fucking going on, Yeah. That's an easy way. That's not like an enterprise, they're gonna want way more monitoring and security and shit. But yeah. So now I'm good. Usually it's just okay. We've talked about this already, supply chain vulnerability. So I'm not gonna get into it. Just remember, look at where your service providers are, those third parties are coming from. and look at where you're buying your hardware and software. All right, let's do our quiz. Then one more slide, and then we'll go to lunch. But that's why cloud engineers get paid a lot of money, though, too, because it's like kind of, it's a little scary to use it.
Out on the line.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why like those switch centers are just heavily guarded too.
Oh yeah, those cloud data centers are, especially with AI now, like it's.
Vanilla switches? Yeah. Big, like 8 of them across the country. They're heavily drugs. Well, they're probably doing that as well.
Electric Avenue.
Turntable, right? Dead boys. He's never coming back.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're making good time because when we come back from lunch, we only got 5 more slides to do. Someone breaking in.
Must be the public key.
That's right. The private key got exposed,
Oh, yeah.
dude.
He's down. Shots fired.
Okay, let's do this last slide so we can go to lunch. All right, domain 2.3.3, explain various types of vulnerabilities, cryptographic, misconfiguration, and mobile device protections. All right, so cryptographic vulnerabilities. So what are we talking about here? I went over a lot of this yesterday in yesterday's session, but when we use encryption and cryptographic protocols to protect our data at rest, our data in transit, what's always the one thing we have to protect? Our key, our private key, or just our keys in general that enable that algorithm, that encryption algorithm to encrypt or to decrypt. Also, deprecated algorithms. We don't want to use deprecated encryption or hashing algorithms. So I have an example up there like MD5. Yesterday I talked about a couple deprecated symmetric encryption algorithms, RC4 and DES or triple DES. Those are deprecated and they're vulnerable. So when we talk cryptographic vulnerabilities, what we really mean here is that we need good key management, we need to protect our keys, and then we also need to use the strongest encryption when available, okay? That's all this is saying right here. So it says like flaws in encryption algorithms or their implementation, and there's no really flaws in encryption. Some are just weak and deprecated and are cracked now. They're just exposed. They're vulnerable. It doesn't mean they're necessarily flawed. It's just that hackers know how to exploit them. And then the implementation. If you're not saving private keys correctly, if you're not implementing TLS correctly, if you're not disabling weak cipher suites on your web server, that's a wrong implementation of it. Misconfiguration. So that's you not changing your default credentials. That's you doing bad error handling. So let me explain this. So you go to a website and just say you put in a bad URL or something. It's like site not there, error code 404. Have y'all seen that before? Okay, give you an example. We'll go to my website, Trepatech. You see that? 404 error. There's nothing here. That is called a server error, right? So that pretty much means like I sent a request to the URL and I got a 400 code back saying from the server saying, hey, I don't have that URL. Like that's not a place on my web server. So that's fine. You know, what information do you guys get about my web server here? Nothing. You don't know what Linux version, what it's running. You know nothing. You get these little fucking tumbleweeds, right? Now, if I misconfigured my error handling incorrectly, do y'all see this? Where I went to this website, it was a bad URL, and it told me, oh, hey, I'm using Apache Tomcat 5.5, which is a Linux web server service. So now what can I do as a hacker? I can look that up and see if there's any vulnerabilities on it, any way I can exploit this. So you don't want misconfigurations that do improper error handling. You don't want misconfigurations where you don't disable unused ports or services, or you don't change the admin credentials or default credentials. Another example is like an unsecured database accessible over the internet. Remember we talked about those SQL injection attacks? So why do we need a SQL injection attack? If that database is part of that web server, can I just reach it directly? No. You know, we develop these things now where the database is separate and only accessible to your back end. But if you don't know what you're doing, you're developing your own website now, like from scratch, which is like kind of old school now because there's so many tools to do it for you. You could potentially expose that SQL database to the whole public, and I could reach it via the SQL port number, which is like 13 something. But you just want to have hardened configurations, especially on your public services. My cloud example was this, right? I deployed a VM, made it public, and I didn't harden it. I had misconfigurations, essentially. I misconfigured it to have no protections, and it got exploited. Well, it was my intern. He didn't listen to me, but it's okay. I'm not going to blame him. It's my fault. I should have taught him better. Okay, mobile device vulnerabilities. So we're just saying, hey, if you have mobile devices in your enterprise, whether that be a personally enabled phone that connects to the corporate Wi-Fi or an actual corporate phone, we need some sort of way to manage it and protect it. We use MDM for this, mobile device management, which will do stuff like full disk encryption, remote wipe. It'll track your phone, could do geolocation, and it's going to stop you from downloading applications that we don't authorize as the IT team or cybersecurity team. So I know when I've had corporate phones, I can't go to the app store. I go to their own little hosted app store and just hope the app, is available there. So mobile device vulnerabilities, common issues. Like why do we do this? Because we have the potential of someone sideloading or jailbreaking. Security Plus 701 came out in 2023. So I don't know, do people still jailbreak phones? I don't even know if it's still a thing, but it's part of the exam objectives, right? So we got to put it in there. Okay, zero-day vulnerabilities. What is this? This is malware that has no signature, that has no history, that's brand new. Vendors don't know about it. Threat feeds like CISA and CERT don't know about it. No government organization knows about it. So there's no way to stop it. That's a zero-day vulnerability. You just have to know in the cybersecurity environment, if you have a 0-day, there's nothing you can really do to stop the malware, to patch it. You can compensate, of course. You can stop lateral movement with network segmentation, closing certain ports, things like that. But if you encounter a 0-day, you have to report it up. Report to the vendor or report to like CISA or CERT or like NIST, whoever your reporting is. But there is nothing you can do to completely mitigate it. You can only compensate for 0-day by just having good, secure architecture, okay? All right, let's do our quiz, guys, and then we'll go to lunch. Perfect timing, 11. And we'll just come back at 12:30 again, so we'll do an hour and a half. All right, cool. I'm gonna put a timer up here for 90 minutes, and then that's when we'll start.
Johnny, can you write me up a quote for net flush training?
Yes. Do you have a packs and count in mind? How many people? 10? Okay. Yes. I think we're already on your L3 hair system too. Since we're here, when do you want to do it?
email about changing today and travel.
Yeah.
Please have email about this change. Shit's crazy, man. That's why. They just keep changing everything.
Yeah. And from what I understand, they're not going away from bullhorn expense anymore.
No, they're not. They're going.
Yeah, they're gonna stick with it.
I do all my expense in there now. That's what I was told to do.
Which does that get tacked on with our paycheck now?
No, it's not changed. I asked that question up front.
Okay.
So whatever the amount you need to get back, they'll just put it in there.
Into the pay, okay. And, what is it, motion? The motion now that we get paid by?
Yeah, some weird thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this?
All right, you guys ready? All right, not sleepy after lunch? All right, let's go. Just a few more slides, so we're moving along. Domain 2.4, given a scenario, analyze indicators of malicious activity. So now we're going to go over the actual malicious threats that we have to be aware of. So understanding malware threats, so just the basic definition of malware. This is any malicious software that's designed to damage, disrupt, or gain unauthorized access, or to do data exfiltration. It's just a piece of software. The same way you download a web browser or any software on your computer, malware is the same thing. It can come in executable formats. It can come like file-based. It's just a program or software meant to do something malicious. And there's different types that we have to go over. So ransomware. Ransomware is when a malicious software encrypts your files, a volume, or your drive, and then asks you for money. It's literally a ransom. Typically, it's like in the form of Bitcoin. So, do you pay the ransom, guys, when you get ransomware? No, because they're never going to actually release and unencrypt your files. How you protect against this, like in an enterprise, is you do backups. So if you are doing full backups every week, incremental backups on a daily, every 2 days on whatever server or storage area network you may have, and you say, let's say ransomware gets infected on a Monday, if you back up to Sunday, that file is no longer there, right? That ransomware is no longer there. So that's a good way to protect against it. And then, of course, just having anti-malware on your endpoints. Okay, Trojans. This is malware disguised as legitimate software. They create backdoors, steal data. They're used a lot for things like persistence. That's the actual cyber term, persistence. And what that means is creating a backdoor, a channel to always get back into the network so I don't have to send another phishing email or something like that. A worm, this is malware that replicates itself to spread to other computers. So worms are meant for this term called lateral movement, where let's say I found a weak point on a printer. Let's say a printer that's not managed. So someone left the defaults on a printer, HTTP open, the default credentials, and I was able to exploit that. Well, maybe I put a worm or something like a worm malware on there, and the whole point is to do lateral movement to get to other sections of the network, okay? So it's self-replicating. They can spread without user interaction. Spyware, so this is malware that secretly gathers information without the user's knowledge. This can include things like keyloggers, turning your camera on behind your back. So just, to protect against it, anti-spyware tools, and that's usually just like a plugin or a feature that comes with your anti-malware, antivirus solutions. It's not something that you may need to download specifically, like an anti-spyware actual application. It usually comes with that suite of software that protects against malware. Okay, bloatware. This is unnecessary software that consumes system resources. So this isn't actually like something inherently malicious. It's just extra shit that you don't need. So you guys remember the first smartphones that came out? And they'd have like the carriers applications and shit like that you never fucking use? Yeah. That's an example of bloatware. Is it malicious? Not necessarily. It's just extra stuff taking up your compute and storage resources that you may not need. So a good example of this, like when I download a tool called Wireshark, it's to do packet captures, it always asks me to install 6 other things, and I just say no each time. That would be an example of bloatware, trying to add stuff onto the original software that you really needed. Okay, then a virus. This is malware that attaches itself to clean files and spreads to other files, so it's like file-based. Common example of a virus is like a macro virus where you download an Excel spreadsheet. You guys know what embedded macros are in like Excel or Word? Anyways, it's just additional data you can use in Excel. That's a common virus. Okay, keyloggers. This is malware that records keystrokes made by a user and then usually sends it back to some sort of command and control server or wherever that malicious user is that installed that keylogger. This can run actually in the operating system, or it can even run like lower into firmware or like actually install in like those smart keyboards. A logic bomb. So this is a malicious script or software that gets activated or triggered after a certain event. So this could be a time-based event. This could be a user interaction event. So a common example of logic bomb is pretty much malware that executes at like 2 a.m. to do data exfiltration. So why is that a common thing? Because typically if we're monitoring an enterprise, when do our users come in? 8 to 4, 9 to 5, and that's where we see the most user activity. And that's maybe when we're also there as a cybersecurity analyst doing our threat hunting, our deep dives, our blue teaming activities. So a logic bomb, if I want to exfiltrate sensitive data, when's the best time to do it? When no one's there, right? Okay, rootkits. This is malware that grants administrative level control over a computer system. So we think about how a computer boots up. Talked about this, you know. We have our motherboard, has all its inputs and outputs. It has our operating system on there, or the hard drive that contains the operating system. We boot up, we do a secure boot, we check the firmware, we do a hash of it through that secure boot, and then we load in to the operating system. So at that root level, think of that at the, that firmware level, that's where a rootkit lives. So if I'm doing scans on my operating system, I have antivirus software that just scans the files on my operating system. If I have a rootkit that's at like the kernel level or the firmware level, am I going to be able to discover that with traditional anti-malware? Probably not. So it's hard to find these rootkits. Not only that, since it's part of the administrative level privileges, a malware system, anti-malware may not recognize it as malicious because it has admin privileges, right? So inherently you would think, oh, that's supposed to be there. Okay, physical security breaches. We'll make this one quick. Part of being a cybersecurity analyst is being involved in the security of your compound. You may not necessarily be the department or the shop that does that goes and installs these entry control points and CCTV systems, but you just need to be aware of what a physical security breach looks like. So what does that mean? Maybe computers were moved at night, just anything that looks like damage, okay? All right, brute force attacks. So a brute force attack is something that is logical. It typically attacks like passwords or usernames, where you're just trying a different combination against a single credential. So imagine I got your username, sam@l3harris.com, okay? I can probably assume that might be what you use to log in for any of your enterprise resources, your time card, healthcare shit, whatever. So I have that username, and now I'm just gonna go through a list of passwords that I can try to brute force my way into, like a list of common passwords. So how do we protect against this? Well, one, do account lockouts. So like after 3 or 5 attempts, lock that account out and have the user contact like the help desk. Use strong password policies, and also multi-factor authentication, okay? That's always gonna be a lot of things with identity access management. When you're dealing with credentials and identity, multi-factor is gonna be, it's kind of like a default cybersecurity behavior now, right? Most accounts on your enterprise are gonna enforce multi-factor authentication. All right, we talked about this, RFID cloning. So remember, that's just cloning your actual chip because that sends out a radio frequency ID that's tied to your identity that goes back to an authentication service that's going to grant you that access to a secure area. So be wary that someone can clone your ID card. So just, always keep it on you. Or use updated biometric reader systems that use encryption. And then environmental threats, something I'm sure we all care about a lot. This is just saying, hey, you may have to understand like the environmental regulations for the organization that you're in. So like at Andro, when I onboarded, it was in California. So we actually had a whole section, like an hour-long thing about all the regulations there and shit like that. Because they manufacture shit there, so they had a lot more rules when they were manufacturing in California compared to like where they're moving to Ohio. All right, let's do our quiz.
For that, you might have
Did
to
you
use
say
the remote.
Andrew's moving to Ohio?
Yeah, they're building a for their arsenal, something they're producing. Like 4,000 people are gonna work there in Ohio.
No, thank you.
This big mega factory. You guys remember what you can buy to do this RFID cloning? That flipper, yeah.
Yeah, bought one last time.
Went and invest.
That's how you become a hacker.
Unethical
Unethical,
hacker.
yeah.
It's unethical about it. And we target one demographic.
Doesn't Seth have a flipper zero?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like people that just even like that kind of shit buy them a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was thinking about getting one a while back.
It's cool. There's so many tutorials on fucking YouTube, just little things you can do with
There's
them.
a crap ton of things you can add stuff to it.
Mhm.
These additional pieces of equipment where you could actually do some serious hacking.
People add antennas to it too, for like
Yes.
different RF signals and stuff.
You keep people's key fobs so I can break into their cars.
Mm-hmm. Kia boys, you seen those? Go steal some Hellcats.
Kia boys.
I honestly just think it'd be cool because my garage reader, sometimes I bring it inside or something. I don't always leave it. You know, we use it as a backup for a lot of shit. There's an app.
You don't got a smart garage door opener?
No, I don't. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Oh, you got
Mike
that
is
shit
the
too?
business,
Yeah.
man. Oh, Mike.
I got the smart.
My house
light
might be
app.
built in 47, but I have that for some reason.
Garage doors closed for.
I've never updated my garage door, I guess.
Wait,
So
4 hours.
Wait, that's not. That's my wife.
no, man, I don't like smart devices. Honestly, I had a smart thermostat and I replaced it.
For a dumb one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just don't trust them.
Yeah, especially
They're
when,
listening to me.
especially
Oh,
especially when it's like the appliance, like computers. Like
Here's why. That thermostat was literally fucking up my HVAC system. It was blowing like hot and cold, and it fucked it up.
It's trying to be too smart.
So an HVAC guy came and he was just like, hey, like we don't use these. And it was a Nest. He's like,
yeah.
I don't ever use these. He's like, because they always fuck systems up or you don't update it correctly. So
Yeah, you gotta
I just-
update to use your friggin'. It's freaking freezing.
yeah,
Turn the AC on. I can't. It's updating.
I don't want to patch my toaster, you know, like. I get it's cool though. Like it can be really convenient because you can control things from your phone, but nah. Like, do you guys? Yeah, I fucking see the notification. do you guys use like security systems at your house too, like ADT or anything like that?
I have a guy that lets people in.
I just got a guard. I got a trap house. Yeah.
Sorry, Sam.
I don't trust those either though. I do.
You know it's me.
I'll never let ADT or anyone into my house. No.
Do ring.
You know,
You'll be alright with ring.
Well, I bought my own shit. So I bought Ubiquity or Unify, and I cabled up all the cameras myself. It's all on a local system. Like I don't upload my video shit to the cloud. Like I don't like any of that stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know. They just have
I've
a.
got a deadbolt.
Yeah, I have deadbolts, a gun, and POE, so.
I have a gun as my deadbolt.
Shotgun. So I agree with you guys, but where do you keep your gun with little kids running around the house? You just don't want them in your room at night, like the kid teach the kid.
I have a fingerprint system. So it's
I thought about
it's
getting
a
some of those
rack.
shits. Yeah.
It's right next to my bed.
Yeah.
And then I have one in my bed. I have a couple around the house. One over by the door.
So here's my thing, right? So that's what I've thought about doing, getting a little safe like that. But my house is small, so I'm like, if I'm dead asleep and someone breaks in and they're coming straight to my room, can I get to that gun fast enough? Because I've been in those simulated exercises where like a gunman comes in and like,
But the chances of them guessing your room, right?
Yeah,
First
that's
try?
I know, I got a small ass house though, you know?
Okay.
So like we used to do this training when I was in, it was like mass shooter training where we were sitting in a room like this, we knew someone was gonna come in with a gun and we had like a pistol on our side. And even if we knew it, that person would come in and get to us before we could, and we knew. And it's not like, I don't know, I'm not like a old Western, you know, I can pull it out super quick, but you just be surprised, like, you know, that, yeah. And that was the thing, like, the point is, like, all you guys that open carry, like, if you're not ready for it and someone's in your face right there, ready to unload, you're not going to be quick enough to, like, you know. But anyways,
Malware.
yeah. anyways, okay. But yeah, my wife gets pissed. Sometimes I leave the gun, like, on top of my fridge or something, because I was just used to living alone. I'd have a shotgun under my bed or it right next to me,
Walk around, I'm just like, maybe.
you know. But anyways.
Kidding.
All right, network-based attacks now. So what we just talked about, guys, is attacks kind of like on our endpoints. So with the malware attacks, this is like we fell victim to a phishing attack, and it got installed on our system. And then this was physical attacks, things that are like the physical world. Now we're going to go to network-based attacks. So to understand network-based attacks, essentially how a packet, like the data flow. So if I'm going to a web server, again, I'm opening up my web browser, I'm initiating an HTTPS connection, which behind that is a TCP three-way handshake, my TLS, and then the hypertext transfer protocol. So a lot of these public services and servers run on well-known ports and protocols that we all use. So if I'm an attacker and I want to make a website or a web server unavailable, I can do something called a denial of service attack. The one we're going to talk about here is a DDoS attack. So a distributed denial of service is essentially us sending what probably looks like legitimate traffic to a web server, overwhelming it and making it not available for actual users. The way a distributed denial of service attack works is we have all these bots or zombies spread across a geographical area. So imagine I infect 1,000 computers across the US, all across the US. So I'm the command and controller, that's what they call it. These are the terms, right? I'm the command and control server, I'm the hacker. So through time and effort, I get all of you guys to install a bot and you don't realize it. That bot lives on your system hidden until I activate it. So all these bots or zombies is what they call. They're living on these workstations, computers, laptops, phones even. And I'm the command and control server. And when I want to activate them, I send a CNC message. It's usually on these ports, like ephemeral port numbers, so it's hard to detect sometimes. And then I have all of you use your host's resources at a very low level so the host doesn't realize it, right? So I'm maybe having that bot use like 1% of the network bandwidth, 2% of the CPU usage. And if I get 1,000, tens of thousands of you bots, I can put it in a botnet. And I can have that botnet all execute a TCP connection, a DNS query, whatever it is against a single service, and then I disrupt it because it's so much at one time, okay? So that's what a distributed denial of service is. That's right. That's really what it is too. And sometimes you won't even know your system's part of it because it's using just a fraction of your system's resources. So you may not notice anything on your system, right? Where is this done? Not a malicious way, using these bots. Streams, right? People like bot their streams or their videos. Does anyone want a sneakerhead here? So when a new drop happens on a website, I don't know if this is still a thing, but who buys them? Bots buy them, right? So they could get them right away and then resell. So it's not an uncommon thing. It's actually real easy to do. And why is it easy to do? Because I don't really need to infect you guys in the US anymore. I can just rent this service out to Pakistan, India, all these other countries. So if that's how it kind of works now, these other countries do these kind of attacks, what do I need to do here probably to protect myself? I need to have some sort of DNS or domain blacklisting that says, hey, if an IP address is coming from this region, it's okay. But if hundreds and thousands of requests are coming from this region, more than likely it's probably a DDoS attack, and I can just block those, right? So that keeps my resource available. Make sense, guys? That's usually how it's done now. You can just rent that service out. Okay, DNS. Do you guys know what DNS is? Before I talk about how do we attack it? Yeah. So, computers, they don't read English. They don't read our alphabet. They talk in ones and zeros, binary, right? So websites or web servers are hosted, and they get a public IP address. That public IP address is a 32-bit address that when the computers read it, they read it in binary, ones and zeros. We see it as a 192.168 or a 10.10.140.2, whatever, right? So are you guys going to memorize all the different IP addresses for all the websites you use? No. You need something human readable. You need a uniform resource locator. That's what a URL stands for. That's a name that you can remember. So DNS is the service that enables that name resolution, that name to IP resolution. So Trepatech, we have a DNS server that we maintain. It's in the cloud, and I have a public IP, and that public IP gets resolved or translated to my domain name, trepatech.com. So let me show you. I'm going to open up my terminal. And every single website works this way. So there's this command you can run called nslookup that's pretty much doing a reverse DNS lookup. If I type in trepatech.com, there's my public IP, okay? So that's actually what the computer's going to. So like when my computer does a request to trepatech.com, first it's looking in its DNS local cache for the IP. Doesn't have it, it's going to go to my DNS resolver, which is just a server that sits on my network. That doesn't have a record for Trepatech. It's going to reach out to the global DNS, okay? And then we're going to get that record, and in my DNS resolver, it's going to be like, hey, Trepatech equals this IP. It's going to send that, query response down to my computer here. My computer is going to store that in the local DNS cache. And now, when I type in trepatech.com in my URL, my web browser, the packet that gets sent, if I were to do a packet capture, in the destination header, it's not going to be Trepatech. It's going to be this thing right here. Y'all see that? That public IP. So let me show you what that looks like. So if we do a packet capture, one sec. And packet captures really help you with troubleshooting as well. I'm using my Wi-Fi NIC. So this is all the data coming across my computer, right? I'm doing a packet capture on my network interface card, which is my wireless. Why is this shit? Hold on. There we go. Okay. So let me go to trepatech.com here. Let's capture that. All right. Just want to send that extra session. Let's pause this. Let's open up my terminal, and let's see if I can see my packet going out there. Oh, hold on. There we go. You got to filter a certain way. So this is my computer's IP. There's my destination right there. So when I go to trepatech.com, on the actual wire, on my actual packet, it's not looking at, Trepatech. Here's the IP header here. There's the destination. Y'all see that? Okay. That's the long way around to explain DNS. And then you see the destination port, 443. So that's HTTPS, right? Right. And then this is something we're not going to talk about because, anyways, something kind of new in internet connectivity. All right. So that's how DNS works. It does domain name resolution. Now let's talk about how we can attack that. So I kind of just went through an easy flow with you. when you go to a website, I need to get the IP address, so I go to my local cache on the system, don't have it. I go to my local DNS server / resolver. If it has it, cool. If it doesn't, it sends out a request to the global DNS architecture, gets that information. So how can we attack that? So 3 things we're going to talk about here. DNS spoofing / poisoning. This is where an attacker inserts corrupt DNS data into the cache of a DNS resolver. So essentially, I'm a hacker. I somehow get access to that DNS resolver, and I say, hey, Trepa Tech is actually my malicious IP instead. So now when someone queries that DNS resolver, I'm going to get that bad IP. DNS tunneling. So check this out, right? Let's go back to my packet capture. How do I filter off port? I forgot. 53. That's okay. Hold on. Let's do this again. Hold on. Let me restart this. Stop and quit without saving. So when we do DNS, I'll see if I can capture some DNS traffic here. Okay, so here's some multicast DNS. So y'all see this? See the destination port? So DNS is 53, multicast DNS is 5353. They're doing the same thing. It's a query. I was querying for something. It's a pointer record here. So if I'm monitoring, if I'm looking for malware coming across the system, data exfiltration, I'm going to be able to see that pretty easy. Because you see all this packet captures I'm doing here, it's like standard shit. It's TLS, TCP, DNS. It looks normal. When you see like a botnet happening or like data exfiltration, it's going to this crazy IP in like Russia or somewhere, and the port numbers are going to be just not these standard port numbers here. Does that make sense? So if I want to hide my data exfiltration, if I want to hide my malicious shit, what can I do? I can hide that into a well-known protocol so that my scans, my monitoring just sees DNS traffic. But really, if I were to go deeper into that payload, there may be something malicious in here or data exfiltration happening, okay? Does that make sense? So pretty much attackers use DNS as a pathway to hide their data exfiltration. So they put it in port 53, they give it a destination IP address, and then they're pretty much like, our systems are like, oh, that just looks like normal DNS traffic. So that's what DNS tunneling is. Then lastly, DNS hijacking. That's where attackers take control of the DNS server and change DNS records. So very similar to spoofing and poisoning, but instead they just actually exploited the DNS server itself and can make changes instead of just sending corrupt data to it. Okay, wireless attacks. Kind of talked about this a little bit. So evil twin, that's when we mimic the legit corporate SSID, and maybe I have my access point here, and I stage that in the parking lot. Because a lot of time users take their computers home with them, right? So let's say you're chilling in your parking lot, your laptop's still on in your backpack, and you're just sitting in the car waiting 30 minutes before you go home to your screaming kids. And your laptop may automatically connect to my evil twin or my rogue access point, and you won't even know it. It's in your backpack, it's chilling. You don't have like a setting that turns it off when the lid is closed. So that's an evil twin attack. War driving. So when attackers search for wireless networks, they're really just driving around searching for open Wi-Fi. We did some courses like this at Fort Bragg where we had like those Wi-Fi pineapples. You just drive around town and it's alerting you of like free and open Wi-Fi you can use, you know? And then if you have an older access point using older encryption for your Wi-Fi, you can crack it. So there's easy ways to crack Wi-Fi. There's AirCrack NG, it's an open source software, or you have that Hack5 Wi-Fi pineapple that I showed you guys yesterday. That pretty much is doing AirCrack NG just in a more GUI, user-friendly way, you know? User-friendly way to break into Wi-Fi. All right, on-path attacks. This is just a generalized term. This is any malicious attack that happens in line. So what do I mean by that? If I were to look at the data flow from my computer all the way to youtube.com, here's my computer on the web browser. It's going to this access point. Y'all see it here? This little access point. Hopefully I didn't break anything. And then through that data cable out to my router here. And then my router out to the ISP. Then ISP is going to route that traffic to YouTube. It's probably going to hit like a load balancer, a proxy server, a NAT gateway, and then finally to the YouTube servers, okay? If somewhere in that path, that data flow, someone captures my packets, redirects it, does this SSL stripping where we try to decrypt that session, we call that an on-path attack. So any attack where it requires you to sit in the middle of the data flow for the attack to work, to happen, we call that an on-path attack, okay? And then here's just some examples. A man in the middle, so that's where the attacker secretly relays and possibly alters the communication. You can successfully do these with a lot of different techniques, like ARP poisoning, DHCP poisoning, where you tell a user the default gateway is your malicious machine, so it's going to that malicious machine, and then that machine sends you to the legit destination you're trying to go to, and you won't know any better, because it's like, oh, I'm hitting Facebook, maybe it's a little delayed, but the whole time they're doing packet captures, right? Trying to deconstruct your data payload. Okay, credential replay. Credential replay involves capturing and reusing credentials to gain unauthorized access to systems. Okay, let's do our quiz. All right, guys, let's take a 10-minute break too, real quick, after you do your quiz. So when you guys come into work, you come into this office? Or do you just, if you're not doing installs, you just stay at the house?
No, we come in.
Yeah.
Sam come
Yeah.
in.
Nice.
It's a mix.
Alright.
Just throw that in your ninja right now for me.
I'll bring it in tomorrow. Just so we can mess around with it on the
How sick would that be?
we'll just have it running in the background while we're we're just gonna be wired. Have a little show and tell. Yeah, she's like, do you want I can just give you the money that we pay for it, if that'll like help you more? I was like, that would, but it's soon as I saw it in my head, I was like, thanks, Trey. I'll find a use for it.
Everything's a slushy. Sounds like it just goes down.
It's great because I don't
Milk.
have. It's great because I don't have an ice maker, so.
Oh, true.
You can just put tap water in there and turn it into
Yeah.
slush.
Yep. I was
Just normal slush, unflavored.
unflavored. I was
Natural slushy.
Glorified ice maker.
I
It's
was
like
freaking-
essentially an ice maker that doesn't
and because
do the whole thing.
it keeps it moving, so it never like freezes in place. But yeah, it's like when we first use it, one of my buddies was like,
Boil
"Hey,"
water.
he's like, "Can't you just put water in this and just make like the best like ice water ever?" I was like, "That's true."
Alright, I'm a fucking loser, just put ice in. Fucking idiot.
This poor guy.
Could be slushy this whole time.
Let me guess. Still putting ice in your water, huh?
Oh, you use ice, huh? You just sitting there like everything's a snow cone.
Just spitting on them.
Still using ice, huh? Fucking loser.
I remember when I used that.
Everything he has in a little umbrella.
The water. Just normal slush.
Everything's in a little like pina colada glass with a little stem. It's like
Put ice in your drink,
reaching for the straw.
Missing it.
You're the loser with the normal ice, so. No, I can't find the straw.
Missing the straw like 6 times. Oh God.
My fault. I was supposed to go to Jordan, dude.
That's the off net.
Was that good or bad aim?
Honestly surprised that
Monster took it.
it was able to knock that.
I know. Is that Monster Fool?
It was.
You got an arm on you, kid. Gee. You ready for the league?
I'll show you a slushy.
My fault, too.
Brute force attack.
I didn't mean to do that, man. Please don't kill me when you're a soldier.
For now.
Gun behind your back.
Oh, since you apologized. Your laptop good?
It just takes
Yeah.
a finger.
Look at you shrink.
Yeah.
Just strips all this up.
See how that's not
At least it was the off net.
That's taurine that's in there.
Really keeps me up.
You're right.
Oh yeah, you should put taurine on wood.
Everybody knows that.
We were reading the label on that one day. I can't remember what we were reading. We were like, oh, I love the flavor of that.
Think of chat GPTs. They'll say you're drinking liquid nitrogen or something. Yeah, that's DDT you're drinking.
All right, guys. Y'all ready to finish up for the day? We only got a few more things to go over. All right, finishing up domain 2.4. And like I said, it starts to repeat a little bit in CompTIA. So it wants us to go over injection attacks again. So I'm not going to break down what this is or how to protect it. It's input validation, parameterized queries. But we have SQL, command, and LDAP. Command injection, LDAP injection is the same process, the same thing as SQL injection. It's just different language. So LDAP's a different database query protocol. And then command injection is just like a catch-all. Like, oh, this command is, this is a Linux system, so I'm going to do a bash command to try to inject, right? That's all it's saying. Like, if you're doing this on a Windows server, it's going to be like PowerShell or command prompt. Buffer overflow, we already talked about, but that occurs when a program writes more data to a buffer than it is designed to hold, pretty much leading to like a denial of service on the memory of your system. Replay attacks, we already talked about that with credential replay. This is kind of more just like from a high level, holistic overview, like There's multiple types of replay attacks. So replay attacks involve the interception and retransmission of a valid data transmission, often to gain unauthorized access or perform an unauthorized operation. This used to be a big deal back in the day. I don't know if you guys remember, like 12 years ago, they were like, if you go to Starbucks, you connect to the Wi-Fi, use a VPN, because people could replay your shit. That used to be a common attack. You'd do a packet capture, you would see the whole transmission to your bank, like the TCP handshake, the TLS session. You could capture that, replay it, and you'd get authorization to that person's account. That's not really a thing anymore, because each session starts a new initialization vector, a new key, a brand new TLS session. So it's not as much of a thing anymore, but maybe on older enterprises, older systems, this still can be a valid attack. Think of like an OT environment, like I've been talking about, dams, factories, industrial work, where a lot of the systems are a lot older. That could be a valid attack. Okay, privilege escalation. This is an application-based attack, so typically this happens within like a web application or a third-party application sitting on your Windows environment in your enterprise. But this is, at a high level, just when someone gains elevated privileges they weren't supposed to have. This could happen from attacking a service account, and then you get access to that service account that's supposed to just run like maybe scripts for you or run a system for you, but it comes with elevated privileges. So you do a credential like harvest on that, you find out how to log in using it, and that elevates your privileges. Just know, like for exam-based, we don't need to dive deep into the different types. Just know what it is at a high level. It's when you get elevated privileges you're not supposed to have. That's the exploit, okay? It kind of, it's in the name, privilege escalation. Forgery. This is the same term we'd use it in day-to-day. This is when you just create a fake document, a digital signature, and that kind of proves authenticity. So this happened in the military a lot. When we had to go out on leave, we'd have to sign things with our common access card, and that would create a digital signature that's like tied back to us, right? Well, if someone could forge that, they could essentially forge your signature. It's the same thing. Just when we're talking about it in cybersecurity, we could say, hey, if someone gets access to like our public key, private keys, things like that, they could actually fake your digital signature. So that's forgery at a high level. Okay, directory traversal. So I've been talking about like web servers a lot. I've told you like, hey, web server architecture is there's a front end, a back end, and a database. So when I'm doing a URL or an HTTP-based request, I put in the URL, I hit send on my web browser, I send an HTTP request to that web server. And really what I'm doing, that hypertext transfer protocol, I'm connecting to the web server, and then I'm downloading like the code and then displaying it in my web browser, hypertext transfer protocol. So I'm literally transferring the .html, the .css files to my web browser, and then it's displaying it, right? Okay, so if that web server's programming, its code, its files that contain the code is on a web server, a Linux web server, there's still all the other functionality of that Linux web server, okay? So there's gonna be a folder in that web server that's like www, and then there's subdirectories in there that's like for index, HTML, whatever, all the code, all the files for the web application. But beyond that, there's still a password file, a username file in that Linux server that my web application lives on, okay? So a directory traversal attack is essentially sending a request and trying to navigate outside of that folder that's just for my web application and getting into the other folders in my device, typically to get like the username file or the password file, okay? So a directory traversal attack is trying to escape the folder that you're supposed to be getting access and transferring from to get to that sensitive information. So how do we prevent against this? Input validation, user permission checks, okay? A downgrade attack, this is where we try to downgrade like a cryptographic implementation. So think of like TLS. I told you TLS, transfer layer security, is how we do HTTPS connections. That's secure. So we can't crack this. We can't break into TLS 1.3 and see the data payload in plain text. We can't do that. But what we can do is potentially downgrade that attack, sit in the middle, stop that session and say, hey, computer, actually, I'm the web server. I need you to go down to a lower level of TLS to be compatible with me. Web browser says, okay, sure. sends the information back in SSL. Me as the attacker, I'm going to send that to the actual web server you're supposed to go to so you don't know any better. But the whole time I downgraded you, and now I can packet capture without you knowing, okay? So that's a downgrade attack. A collision. It's really not an attack, but essentially what this is, I talked about this with hashing. If you use like weak hashes, you could get the same output for different inputs, okay? So you know when I send hello world through a hashing algorithm, I get a message digest. We went over this yesterday. Y'all remember? Okay. And then if he does the same thing, puts hello world through a hashing algorithm, he's going to get the same digest. But if I put a 1 in that hello world, it should be different. So a collision attack is pretty much you getting the same digests or hash checksums, message digests from different inputs. So hello world and hello world 1 ends up creating the same message digest. That's a collision attack. That's why MD5 is vulnerable, okay? That's why we don't use it. So mitigations, use stronger hashing algorithm. Okay, a birthday attack. So this is attacking passwords. Let's just read it. So a birthday attack exploits the mathematics behind the probability theory of the birthday problem in the cryptographic arena to find collisions in hash functions. That's a lot of words, isn't it? Okay. All you need to know if you see birthday attack, because I don't really want to, it's kind of hard for me to explain this, is to mitigate it, you salt, you add that key stretching, and you use strong hashing algorithms, okay? So essentially it's like, hey, eventually we should find 2 different inputs that produce the same hash output. So it's just describing collision, but collision happens just like accidentally, right? Just because MD5 is vulnerable. Where the birthday attack is you trying to make that happen, okay? So that's the easiest way I can describe it. To mitigate, use stronger hash values, hash algorithms, and do that key stretching or that salting. Okay, more password attacks. Spraying. So kind of opposite than brute force. A spraying attack is using the same password against multiple different users. So again, like I've told you, I could probably figure out all your emails right now if I just knew you worked at L3 Harris and I knew your names. So I could do like social media reconnaissance, be like, oh, Sam works at L3 Harris. His last name is probably his email address at L3 Harris. And I could do that for all of you guys, right? And then I could take a common password and try using that common password on all these different user accounts. So that's a password spraying attack. Using the same password against multiple different accounts. The opposite of that, or kind of like the inverse, is a brute force, where we're attacking the same user with multiple different passwords, okay? So they're like the inverse of each other. Both of these, how do we mitigate? Multi-factor authentication, account lockouts, and strong password policies. Really, that's like how we protect all of our password-based attacks. Okay, let's do our quiz. And then we just got 2 more slides left, guys. All right, let's finish up. We got one last domain to do, and then we're done for the day. So domain 2.5, explain the purpose of mitigation techniques used to secure the enterprise. Okay, so segmentation. I've talked about this a lot. So in a traditional network enterprise, we're going to have these things called VLANs, virtual local area networks. And each VLAN and the number you assign to it is going to correlate to a subnet. And then from a security standpoint, the devices and the users within that subnet, we're going to apply policy-based access control or policy-based permissions against. So my devices in VLAN 9 here, this is the number I choose, are going to be part of this subnet. So VLAN 9 is correlated and matched up to this subnet. And then I'm going to label it printers. It's just what I label. And then I can set group policy objects against that VLAN for all the users in that VLAN or that subnet. It also helps us prevent things like lateral movement. So it enhances our security and it helps us manage our policies better. Because maybe we want a policy for our printers that we don't want on just our computers or certain departments. Access control. So we've talked about this a lot. Role-based access control, mandatory access control, discretionary. This is just from a high level. Access control ensures that only authorized users or systems can view, modify, or utilize resources in the enterprise or a computing environment. We don't need to spend too much time on that. An access control list. So this can be done within software, within networking, or like firewalls. So an ACL or an access control list at a high level just describes a list that permits or denies. That's it. And how we configure that depends on the equipment we're configuring and where we're doing it. If I'm doing an access control list on a Windows computer, I go to a folder, I right-click, properties, securities. There's going to be a pretty much an access control list there based off permissions. Read, write, and execute permissions. If I'm configuring ACLs on the network, at a firewall, a router, a multi-layer switch, I'm configuring permit and deny statements based off network traffic flow, okay? So ACLs permit or deny traffic. That's all they do. A set of rules that control network traffic and limit access to resources. Okay, permissions. This is kind of just diving deeper into what permissions are. I think we all understand them at a high level. It's like permissions are what were given to your user account, and it's what you can access based off your permissions. Now, in Linux systems and like Windows systems, at the user, the object level, we have something called read, write, and execute permissions. So if I have an application that I have to install, it's an executable in a Windows environment, right? You know, the .exe. I could have read, write, and execute permissions on there only for certain users. So maybe only certain users can read this file. Maybe only certain users can write to this file, which means make changes. And then execute means they can launch it or they can't launch it. So that's how we look at permissions like from a server's perspective. Read, write, and execute. And then we have role-based access control, where we may design group-based policies or group policy objects on our users and devices based off their role. Okay, application allow list. We went over this yesterday as well. So remember, this has an implicit deny everything, and then you have to go in and allow a specific application, okay? This is a little bit more secure than like a deny list or a blacklist. Isolation. So let's talk about isolation. So if we have an incident, let's say we have a device that gets exploited and it's doing data exfiltration. Before we implement our incident response plan, what do you think the first thing we're going to do is? Cut it off. And obviously we're going to have SOPs and playbooks that tell us how we should do this, because if this is the e-commerce web server that produces profitability for the company and it gets exploited, you think management wants us to cut it off right away? Maybe not. It just depends. And I just say that to say it's not always one size, one shoe fits all scenarios. But isolation is done to stop something from happening, to segment a subnet or device in case it's doing harm or whatever the case may be, to contain threats. It can also be used in our testing environments. Like you guys, L3 Harris, you guys have a SIL up at Utah. So when you guys have new technologies you want to test and shit like that, you have a SIL. It's called Systems Integration Lab, and it's really not connected to any like real enterprise. It's like a sandbox environment where you can go test and it's isolated. Okay, patching. I've talked about this a lot. This is when you apply an update to fix something on an application or software or an operating system. Monitoring. Talked about this a lot too. Monitoring just helps us with our alerting and threat detection and to understand what's happening on our enterprise. You guys see these dashboards up here? This is Splunk, like I talked about. Do you guys remember what kind of appliance Splunk is? SIM. SIM. I've heard it both ways. It's okay. Yeah. Splunk is like the major SIM provider. And this is what it looks like. So essentially, like you build dashboards to make things easier for you to monitor, like active VPN sessions, active Zoom meetings. I've used it before for Lifecycle. So I've had built dashboards when I was downrange to say, okay, here's all my Windows 11, 20 Hotel 2 computers. They're in the red, and there's like 100 of them. And then I have this green dashboard for all the updated Windows computers, okay? And there's a number like 500, whatever. These dashboards just make it easier for you to monitor things. And in big corporations, a lot of times they have like revenue on here. Not revenue like profitability, but like your cloud costs and things like that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
This is 2.5.1 and not 2.4.4?
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yes. Okay, yeah, so do the quiz for 2.5.1. You guys see how it starts to repeat itself a little bit? Yeah. It's just because they'll repeat, but you're supposed to see in different scenarios how this technology can apply. That's kind of the point of it, but a little redundant. Yeah, test is kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, because like you could know what patching is, but the question, you could have 4 questions about patching that apply it in a different way, so they, yeah. Like principle of least privilege. We've probably talked about that like 4 times, I think.
Yep.
We're only day 2.
Is the test segment?
No.
No, it's all mixed.
And that's why those,
Okay.
like the question, you could get a question that has material from domain 1 and domain 4.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So that's another reason why I think it's a little redundant, but anyways.
Oh yeah, sure yeah.
2 out of 5 again. Good job, bud.
I ain't been doing too bad on these quizzes. I've been doing alright. Got a couple wrong today though.
All right, everyone done with the quiz? Last section today. We're going to finish the slides, and then we're going to have you guys do one more thing. You can do it from your phone or your computer. I'm going to have you create your CompTIA accounts today so we can be like prepped for Friday. Since we're ending early today, so let's just do it today. All right, so finishing up today. Now we're going to go over configuration enforcement and hardening techniques on our enterprise. So configuration enforcement, what we're talking about here is just compliance and a baseline. So every enterprise is always going to have what we call our golden image for like our endpoints or for our network devices or our servers. And then we build off that golden image or that golden baseline. So we call that configuration enforcement because we say, hey, in our industry, we need to be HIPAA compliant. So we need to protect protected health information, PHI, that's users' health records, things like that. So because of that, we have these certain encryption standards, hardening standards on all of our endpoints that if a hospital in New York and the same hospital in like Florida, maybe we're part of the same IT team, you need that same image on all your computers. So we call that configuration enforcement. Decommissioning. So decommissioning is the process of securely removing and disposing of hardware, software, or data, or like data remnants. So we need to have some sort of policy or program in place for decommissioning. In the DoD, we called this DRMO, if you guys have ever heard of that. We had to take it to an actual decommissioning facility, and I haven't done it in a while, but like I know lately when we turned in computers, this was a couple of years ago, I had to take the RAM out, and I had to take the solid state drive out, and we had to like shred that ourselves because it's like NVMe now, so it's like the solid state drive is like a little stick, just like the RAM. But there's certain decommissioning standards. If you're not in the government that's like all about policy and procedure and stuff like that, it may be up to you to create a decommissioning program. And this is going to be based off management approval, based off the sector you're in, and you're probably going to reference other well-known cybersecurity and risk management frameworks to help you build that decommissioning process. And then also your environmental responsibility. Sometimes there's like third-party labs you can just send shit to as well, like companies that just will do it for you. You got to trust them. Hardening techniques. So this is just high level. A hardening technique is something that reduces the attack surface of your enterprise or that device. So an installation of endpoint protection. That's a hardening technique that helps your system, your endpoints, stop malware from executing, create sandbox environments in case we need to do malware detonation. We could download EDR, endpoint detection and response. That does exactly what the name says on your endpoint, detects malicious activity, and then responds to it, either by isolating it, segmenting it, or destroying it. We have host-based firewalls. They do the same thing as a regular network firewall, but just for that specific host. So permitting and denying network traffic into that endpoint or that host. This could be on your Windows user computers or your servers as well. Linux servers have this. It's command line based. Where Windows, you may have Windows Defender, or you may have these manual firewall rules that you set up as well. Then we have host-based intrusion prevention. This is typically a part of like some sort of anti-malware endpoint detection solution, just an additional like plugin or feature that's a part of it. So intrusion prevention, it's going to have real-time protection. So it's actually going to stop traffic that it deems as malicious. We talked about this. If you're not using a port or protocol, close it. Disable it. Going over this again. Change your default passwords. Or if you have a default administrative account, disable it. Remove unnecessary software. We talked about this with like bloatware and things like that. Which, it's kind of funny, like in the IT world, like Windows, you get a Windows machine and you're like, what am I disabling? That's the first thing you think of when you get like a Windows 11 Pro image from an OEM or a provider. You're like, okay, what the fuck am I disabling? Because there's going to be a bunch of stuff on here I don't want. That is easy, right? Let's do our quiz. Yeah, sometimes these go quick because it's like shit we already went over. All right, guys, I'm gonna go pee real quick. When I come back, let's just get on your computers, go to Google, and we're gonna set up your CompTIA accounts, okay?